Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode here on the SitRep podcast, your forward operations base for all things military and historical wargaming. I am your host, Accuriately Jim. We are live today with my friend Rasmus. Rasmus, how are you doing?
Oh, not too bad. It's good to be back.
Yeah, back for more Panzerleader here. We're going back more to Panzerleader's roots. In World War II, we are doing a somewhat belated anniversary commemorative game for Operation Market Garden. Of course, everyone knows Operation Market Garden started on the 17th of September 1944 and lasted for quite a few days after that, at least 9 or 10 days afterwards, depending on when you consider the end of it. Then you technically have Operation Pegasus and sort of the rescue operations that happen afterwards. If you go by that, it goes on for quite some time, but at least 9 or 10 days after that, so we're still in the range. Specifically, we're doing part of the Battle of Nijmegen, which started on the 19th of September. That's the part that we're doing today, the initial part of Nijmegen. And then we, of course, on the 20th of September, you have the crossing of the River Vaal, which we've done previously in Market Garden, but we're not doing that today. Then you have more fighting that continued on in Nijmegen for several days afterwards that infamously stalled the advance of 30th Corps down the last 12 miles of the road to Arnhem. And that was pretty much the end of the British 1st Airborne Division in Arnhem, along with the Polish brigade that parachuted in there with them. So yeah, it was definitely a rough ride. We're going to see if we can come up with a different historical result today. So again, I'm not going to get all into all of the background because we already did that in a previous episode that is on our YouTube channel. It was posted on the 17th. I posted that one up on Tuesday night. So if you're interested in the real in-depth background for the Battle of Nijmegen and Operation Market Garden in general, along with all the research that we did for this game, again, it's all available in a previous video. I'm not going to bore everybody to tears with it here. If you've seen the movie A Bridge Too Far, which is probably where most people were introduced to Operation Market Garden, this takes place the day before the Robert Redford scene, where they have to cross the Vaal River on those crappy little boats. So this is the day before that. Is pretty much as deep as I'm going to go into the background for this today, because we've already done it in detail in a previous video. Check it out if you're into that. And of course, how the scenario was built, all the special rules, and so forth. We kind of went through all that again in that other video. So here is where we set up. Now this is a little new. I did add some blocks to the German order of battle, and I put them there on the bridges. And we also set up, before the stream started, Rasmus and I have already been on for about 2 hours. He has set up his British forces here. And Rasmus, did you want to talk a little bit about your initial deployments?
The idea is to keep the Brits to the western part of it, because tanks and cities don't really mix, in my head at least. Right. So you use the British to kind of maneuver up and take the western part. There's no objectives out there, but
well, there's one here. Yeah.
To put pressure on Nijmegen from the west, while the American Airborne are coming in from the southeast and putting pressure on from that side. Being a lot better in the house-to-house combat.
Yeah, so we've got 2nd Battalion of the Grenadier Guards here, along with their attached motor rifle battalion, which they did have with them. Again, this is not the Michael Caine character. Michael Caine was the Irish Guards. He is up here to the northwest. So they're getting set up for what's going to be Robert Redford's assault across the river in those crummy little boats. That's much further here to the northwest. It's probably a little bit further off the table, and that takes place tomorrow. So we're not worried about that. We're doing the battle that took place the day before on the 19th. So on the 19th, the morning of the 19th, lead elements of 30th Corps, the Grenadier Guards divisions, in 2 battalion strength, that's going to be the 2nd Grenadier Guards and the 2nd Irish Guards, they reached Nijmegen like mid-morning on the 19th of September. They immediately hooked up with 3 different regiments of the 82nd Airborne. That's going to be the 505th, the 508th, and the 504th. Again, that is some of Robert Redford's guys up here. Or I should say Robert Redford is 3rd Battalion of the 504th. But again, they're out of scope for today's game. But they met, and then I can't remember the name of the suburb. There's a suburb probably just off the southern end of this map, a southern suburb of Nijmegen, where the British met with Major General Gavin, commanding general of 82nd Airborne Division, and they set up this assault that we're doing today. And historically, the Americans and the British were much more shoulder to shoulder, sort of intermingled here, and the tanks, to kind of go to Rasmus's point, the tanks went up right through these hexes here, and in this roundabout, or in this square just south of this park, which is all open hexes, the Grenadier Guards ran into some pretty horrific anti-tank fire from 5cm anti-tank guns, 88mm anti-tank guns, and off-board German artillery from the other side of the river up there in Lent Village. And yeah, they immediately started losing tanks, and it turned into a big shit show. It sounds like Rasmus is trying to. It sounds like the British are trying to outflank that by coming in from a different direction, and the Americans are going in more or less alone against these German positions here. We have the 3 main German Kampfgruppe. Kampfgruppe Uhling is the one that's kind of dangerous. Kampfgruppe Mellitz and Kampfgruppe Henke are much less formidable. They're much smaller, they're much less heavily armed, and they're armed with much lower quality troops. A lot of military police, a lot of security guards, and local troops that were in training. So they're not really fully equipped or fully trained yet.
Couple of Fallschirmjägers in training.
Yeah, there were some Fallschirmjäger there, so people immediately see German Fallschirmjäger, and of course, oh my god, German paratroopers were awesome. They give them A-class morale, elite units. They give them the cat attack bonus for engineers. No, we don't do that in this scenario, because these are 18-year-olds still in boot camp. I mean, they're still Fallschirmjäger, but probably Fallschirmjäger in name only. So we do give them their slightly enhanced combat values, but we don't give them access to any of the special rules that normally go with airborne troops. Not so with the Americans. All these American airborne platoons down here do get the engineer bonus for their close assault tactics. So keep an eye out for that. That's definitely going to be pretty ferocious. Some other special rules. We are trying some experimental special rules for blind artillery missions. Before we were using the standard Panzerleader scatter diagram for those. We're going to try something slightly different. If you have line of sight on the target hex, but the units in the target hex are not spotted, you can drop what's called a blind artillery mission, and what that's going to do is apply a +2 penalty to your artillery die rolls. So that's not a Panzerleader rule out of the book by any means, but World War II history is, of course, absolutely soaked with these massive artillery barrages into positions that the firing units couldn't really see, and for all the tonnage dropped on the positions, very often it had no effect. We've actually already seen that happen a couple of times in today's game. So far that rule is working out pretty well. The other experimental rule that we're using is the advance after a close assault rule. Normally in Panzerleader, close assaults, that's infantry literally fixing bayonets and with a grenade in their teeth, charge into an enemy hex and try to destroy the enemy with close assault. That is the end of the turn. And even if you destroy the enemy units in the target hex, you don't get to advance into the target hex. We are half changing that rule, but we're not changing it entirely. So the way we're playing it in this scenario, as an experiment, we're going to see if it disbalances the game too much, is if the close assault unit was already adjacent to the target at the beginning of the turn. In other words, he didn't use any movement to get to their close assault position, to get to their jump-off line, and they then successfully destroy enemy units in the target hex. They can, at their option, advance into that hex, one hex only. So that seems a little bit more realistic. We're going to, I understand why Panzerleader wrote the rule the way it did. It's hard to keep track of who moved and who didn't. And technically, it's not a you go, I go in real combat. Both sides are going at the same time. And what the enemy is doing is shuttling in more units to the combat hex as the close assault is underway. But we're just going to try it this way to make the close assaults a little less frustrating. Especially since, as you guys can see on this hex, on this map, there are so many urban hexes. This is a huge city map as far as Panzerleader goes. I should say, for Panzerleader veterans out there, we are playing with 150 meter hexes instead of 250 meter hexes. This corrects all the incorrect ranges that Panzerleader gives you. It corrects the egregiously incorrect movement rates. Everybody knows that Panzerleader movement rates are completely screwed up. This fixes all that without having to revalue all the counters. And it allows... now, it does bring about two other small changes in the rules. Number one, you'll notice all infantry units now have a movement of 2. And the stacking limit in a hex is now 3 in a hex instead of 4 in a hex. Other than that, we're using mostly Arab-Israeli Wars, artillery rules, urban rules, stacking rules, road movement rules, and stuff like that, because that's when they kind of finally got the rule system right. And we're just retrofitting the Arab-Israeli Wars, or 3rd edition Panzer Blitz, if you want to think of it that way, back here into a Panzerleader setting. And that will figure that out. John says, very nice map. Thanks very much, John. I appreciate it. And Jennifer says, who brought the umbrella so everybody can be sure who the British are? Jen, I see what you're saying there. Unfortunately,
that guy's up in Arnhem.
Yeah, you're talking about guys up in this town. That little famous umbrella scene, because he could never remember the password, so he had to be able to prove he was an Englishman. I don't know if that's really true. If you don't know the countersign, you're still going to get shot at, whether you're carrying an umbrella or not. But it's a very poignant scene. I had to prove I was an Englishman, as he literally bleeds out. Dude, you gave your life for your country. You more than proved that you were an Englishman. But that's like the poignant scene that the cinematographer and the writer are trying to make there. Cool.
And I seem to have read something about a guy with an umbrella.
Oh, I'm sure he really did carry an umbrella.
Yep.
And I'm sure that maybe even that was the reason. But I'm telling you, if you run across a checkpoint or a machine gun crew, especially in the dark, and you don't know the countersign,
if you're flashing an umbrella, ain't gonna do.
Yeah, I have an umbrella, so you know I'm with now that you're still getting lit up. Probably because they're never going to see the umbrella. But in all seriousness, cool. So that was the setup, which Rasmus has kind of gone over. My setup was more or less historical. We do have the pretty solid locations, not only of the 3 Kampfgruppe in question, but also most of the German batteries. So we have an 88 battery here. That's where they really were. We have a 4-barreled flak position covering the bridges here. We have another one, I believe. It's not a 4-barreled one, but we have another flak position over here. Again, trying to protect the bridges from Allied air attack. And there's another 88 position here across Hunter Park. That's historical. So I pretty much set up my guys historical. And Rasmus is trying to crack the historical German position with a somewhat unhistorical setup, which is half the point. I mean, the war game is, the point is to, well, what if they had tried this instead of that? I mean, it doesn't have to be an actual recreation, obviously. So that's all that. No worries there. The only other special rule I want to bring up, I don't know if it's going to come into play. I guess we're going to see as the game progresses. Both of these bridges, both the rail bridge and the highway bridge, are rigged for demolition. They are heavily locked up with all kinds of demolition charges. The Germans are ready to drop those bridges in the river. They have strict orders from their overall theater commander, that's Field Marshal Walter von Model, not to destroy any bridges. He's still obsessed with the idea of launching a huge counterattack, and he's going to need those bridges for his tanks when he has this imagined counterattack with what units he imagines he's going to have, who knows. However, the local commanders, specifically 2nd SS Panzer Corps, that's 9th and 10th SS Panzer Divisions, a general by the name of von Bittrich, or Bittrick, I don't know if he was a Von, but General Bittrick has said, no, dude, if the Allies get units on those bridges, if they start to cross those bridges, drop those bridges in the water. Never mind what our commander says. I'll take the heat from modal, drop the bridges. So we do have a role for the Germans to make. They're not allowed, the German player, myself, the German player, not allowed to drop the bridges until there's at least one Allied unit on the bridge. And then there's a roll to make. That roll becomes more difficult if the Allies get on there with infantry, because as opposed to tanks, because the infantry can start ripping off the demolition charges and cutting wires. And if he leads his assault with an engineer unit, who of course are specialized in that kind of work, then the roll goes down even more. But no matter what happens, I can potentially drop those bridges if he makes a try for them. But,
and we're talking a real engineer unit, not just an airborne.
Yeah, because the engineer units do get certain engineer bonuses, but not that one. So that was our setup. Very quickly, the game is already underway. We tried to get the boring part of the game already done before we started our live stream. So here is our setup at the end of turn 1. Not a whole lot happened. Rasmus was more or less advancing to contact. Unless, Rasmus, was there anything else you wanted to add to this slide here?
No, not much else. No, you can see that the first few tanks are trying to sneak their way up north and around those guys. Yeah.
So yeah, the tanks are more or less. Now the British do have some reinforcements coming. This is only about 3/4 of what the 3/4 to 2/3 of what 2nd Grenadier Guards. Again, 30 Corps is advancing into contact, and at the moment they're still stretched out along that single road, Hell's Highway, all the way probably halfway down to Eindhoven. 3 divisions of tanks and motorized rifles are, along with trucks and supplies and artillery and everything else. So the British are go ahead.
You can't scroll down and show what's coming at turn 4.
Right. So I think I will go ahead and do that. Yeah. So beginning on turn 4, the British do have a little bit of reinforcements here. If Excel wants to scroll. Okay, there we go. So he's got another squadron of tanks, 3 more troops of mixed Shermans, and the rest of his motorized rifles, a British machine gun section, and a 6-pound anti-tank gun section, and the transport for that. So it's not like double the force, but it's a little bit more that's coming on. He also has 25 pounders for off-board artillery, and the larger British, I think they're 107 millimeter mortars that are coming on. The Germans have a battery of 105s, or 10.5 centimeters if you want to be technical, off the northern edge of the board. So both sides do have some off-board artillery. Turn 2, we actually started to mix it up a little bit. The 2 forces actually did meet, and we had our first exchanges of fire. So yeah, things started to get a little bit heavy on turn 2. We had a little bit of opportunity fire, dispersed some British units, broke up that counterattack before it even started, so good news for the Germans there. I called in some artillery here, thinking that he was going to come down this road and close assault this position, but instead Rasmus sidestepped me a little bit, so my artillery landed on pretty much nothing. A blind British artillery mission called in by his battalion mortars of 76 millimeter mortars, which of course we all know is really 81 millimeter mortars, but for some reason they call them 76. Those are the old World War I Stokes mortars. That failed to even suppress these guys here. The close assault went in. They still stood tall. So yeah, these little German Fallschirmjäger trainees here, I'll just go ahead and say that they graduated. They have passed their final exam. They've stood under British artillery fire, which is no joke, man. British 25 pounders are pretty good artillery piece, especially in battery strength. Plus mortars of 2 different calibers, plus a close assault by a platoon of British motorized rifles, and they're not even pinned down. So definitely doing pretty well over there. The Germans are holding pretty well over here. Not so much here in the center. Some German units have already been destroyed. British are advancing here out of the southwest. We're doing okay here because of mostly concrete. Go ahead.
Well, what I took out there were a bunch of trucks that they have piled up on the roads in front of me. I mean,
well, I mean, you are making progress.
Yeah.
Unlike here, where I mean,
Oh, yeah.
no one's making any progress. In fact, you've got two. At this moment, you had 2 platoons of your infantry wound up getting pinned down. The Americans, who are probably a lot more powerful than they look, because again, they are all elite paratroopers with full engineer bonuses on close assaults. So far, 9th SS Panzer Grenadiers, I think it was 19th Panzer Grenadier Regiment, are standing tall.
They were suppressed for 2 seconds, but
yeah, they were suppressed, but 2 companies, so they're outnumbered 3-1. 6 American platoons could not destroy 2 platoons of German grenadiers, SS Panzer Grenadiers, I should say, in those buildings. Those are even wooden buildings; they aren't even concrete buildings. And then over here, yeah, these were some trucks. Also some 7.5 centimeter anti-tank guns, so it's not just trucks and wagons. But yeah, the paratroopers are starting to clear out some of the German spoiling positions and getting ready to attack the main belt of German defenses. So getting rid of all that schmutz now and moving into turn 3. So turn 3 is in progress. We're just about done with the American turn. Again, they're still holding pretty good over here on this side. Oh, I'm still on turn 3, sorry. There we go. So, let me zoom out to the correct... Cool, there we go. Don't zoom out too much or we freeze Excel. Okay, so all these arrows show where direct fire was taken by British tanks, British half-tracks, and mortars. And you can see now where a lot of them came from hexes that are now empty. That's because British have access to the split move and fire rule for a lot of their vehicles. So they fired and then they moved out of those hexes, but that shows where a lot of the British were, here and here. So, yeah, Rasmus was trying to do this outflanking move up this way, but then he remembered I had a battery of 88s up here. So he kind of is now reshifting, and he's going to focus here on this train station. Here is one of the objective hexes that the Allies have to take. We're going to see how that goes in a future turn. But at the moment, I think we're now into the... Are we finished with American movement? Rasmus, are we ready to finish? Are we ready to start German or American counterattacks?
Got 2 moves left.
Okay, let's go ahead and wrap those up.
The machine gun, that's all by itself on the not that one, the one in front. Yep. That will move 2 hexes up.
Yeah, he was kind of exposed out there.
And then one of the airborne will move 1 up by the road. So, yeah, and then one more to be in the wood.
Oh, like that?
Yeah.
Cool. Cool. All right, so does that wrap up American movement?
That wrap up the movement. It's time to do some American assaulting.
Do the close assaults. All right, so it's mostly 1st Battalion of the 508th. I'm sure there are some units from 2nd Battalion of the 505th in here, which is how it happened historically. Those 2 battalions became pretty much intermingled as we went. We've already done the British close assaults. I don't even think there were any British close assaults already.
There weren't any.
Yeah, okay, so we've done that one. All right, let's go ahead and resolve this one first. So we've got... right here we've got 80 engineers. Again, these are platoons. So 40 I'm sorry, not engineers. Paratroopers, 40 paratroopers, 40 paratroopers. These engineers moved into position and were shot up by German opportunity fire. So they're pinned down. But there's another platoon of engineers. So we've got basically a company of engineers out of the 505th about to try and clear this concrete woods hex, or a concrete building hex with wagons and German military police and security troops in there. So, it's a very, very weak unit the Germans have in there. However, they are in concrete buildings. So if you look at all our urban hexes, guys, you'll see that some of them are colored like yellow, like wooden buildings. Some of them are colored gray, like concrete buildings. Now, that's a house rule. The concrete buildings use the same published rules as we see in Arab Israeli Wars, the 3rd edition Panzer Blitz. Every unit adds 5 to its defense factor. Or I should say, you get 5 extra defense for every attack, I should say. And you also add 1 to the die roll. Whereas the wooden buildings are a new addition. They pretty much act like woods. They block line of sight. They're a level 1 obstacle. And for line of sight purposes, they count as +1 to your defense. Pretty much just like woods. They're basically man-made woods, which is really what wooden buildings are. They're forests. They're made out of the same material. They're about the same height as trees, and they're still made of wood. Okay, so all that nonsense out of the way. Let's go ahead and launch this close assault. So we have 1 + 5 is the defense. For those not familiar, the lower left-hand number is the defense. So this section of wagons, that's 5 wagons and figure 40 cops, literal military policemen, and security guards, stuff like that. Rear area security guards, clerks, cooks. Their Germans are desperate. They're scraping up whatever troops they can get.
Set up to keep the Dutch in line.
John says, I'm sorry, maybe I missed this, but what is the maximum line of sight? So by that I mean, I think you mean range. Range is the number here on the upper right-hand side. So you can see unlimited. Everyone here has binoculars. But whether or not you can engage with the range is up to your range. Now, what affects your actual range as far as line of sight goes is terrain on the map, and there's a lot of terrain on the map. So, like these 88s up here on the high ground can see quite a bit. But again, on the other side of the river, you're again on high ground, and these tall buildings and woods on the other side of the river block a lot of line of sight. So it's tough to say. It really depends on like how far can a unit see in any direction. It really depends on the terrain and the position of the unit, and that terrain is a function of the elevation and, of course, what other terrain impediments are around them and at which angles. Is kind of the short answer. But definitely these 120 paratroopers can see these guys. So you've got 12, again, that's all the attack factors. Attack factors at upper left. So 4 + 4 + another 4. These engineers are pinned down. They don't get to help. So we've got a total of 12 going in there versus 6 + 5 for my concrete buildings makes that 11. So it's 12 to 11. It's 1 to 1. Subtract 2 from the die roll for close assault. That's a bonus because, again, low rolls are better in this game. Add 1 to the die roll for my buildings, and we've already added the 5 to my my defense because it's concrete buildings. So, long story short, take your first shot. We are looking at a 1 to... Oh, wait, I forgot one thing. Make that... It was a 1 to 1 roll. Make that 2 to 1 because, again, per Panzer leader, or technically para-leader, all airborne units... with units with the actual word airborne on there, all paratrooper units, count as engineers when it comes to close assaults. They are beyond elite, and they are beyond heavily armed. They're all carrying Mills bombs, Hawkins mines, bazookas, submachine guns. I don't think any of them are carrying flamethrowers, but they got 30 calibers in there. There's all kinds of very heavy weapons there. They've all landed, and all of the sticks, the paratrooper sticks, have all assembled into full platoons because the 82nd Airborne's been here for 3 days. Again, this is September 19th. So they've had plenty of time to find all of those canisters that they drop with all their heavier weapons. Those big steel tubes that carry all their 30 cals, their bazookas. There's probably even some 60mm mortars in there. So they've got all their explosives, all their engineering equipment. So they're very, very dangerous in close assaults because they're friggin', 82nd Airborne, man. Come on. So, okay. So, long story short, take your second shot. By the way, don't really take a shot every time I say long story short. People are going to be calling the ambulance by the time I get through this stream. We're looking at 12 to 11. Normally that's 1 to 1. We're going to make it 2 to 1 because of the engineer bonus. 2 to 1, and you're subtracting net 1 from your die roll.
So that'll be a 0.
All right, so he rolls a 1, that becomes a 0. That is going to be these 2 units destroyed. Kaboom! We will put in 2 smoke counters just to mark where they were destroyed. These 2 units were already in contact. Check last turn's map to be sure.
Yep.
Yeah, they were already in contact. They can advance into that hex if they want to.
They might as well.
Okay. So this is that new experimental rule I was talking about, guys. Alright, so we don't really need the opportunity fire there anymore. Move these 2 smoke columns to the back. Alright, cool. That's that one taken care of. We'll move these off to the side just to keep the map clean. Alrighty. Now comes the real one. This is nasty. Here's where Rasmus is going to roll a 6. At least I hope
Wouldn't surprise me.
Alright. Rasmus does have a webcam, guys. I can see his die rolls. For some reason, OBS is not broadcasting his camera, but I am seeing his dice. And when I roll my dice, I have a little tray here, so we're able to see what I roll. So, alright, cool. Here we have 2 platoons of German SS rifles. That's going to be a total of 16 defense factors versus 8 American platoons. It started off as basically 3 full companies, make that a full battalion in the close assault. That's something you don't get to say very often. Although I did manage to pin down one of them with my opportunity fire, so now we're down to just 8 platoons. 8 times attack factor of 4 makes 32. Against 16, that's exactly 2 to 1. Crank that up to 3 to 1. Subtract 1 from the die roll because I'm in wooden buildings, so I don't get to add 5 to my defense. So it's only subtract. He has to add 1 to his die roll because of my buildings, but he gets to subtract 2 from his die roll for close assault. So, long story short, again, third time, that's going to be an adjusted 3 to 1. Subtract 1 from the die roll. And here comes Rasmus's 6. Hot damn, he rolls a 6. 6 becomes a 5 at 3 to 1. They are dispersed. They are still there.
Oh, I hate it.
Yeah. I'll stop saying that because apparently it did have an effect. Alrighty. Alright, cool. And then were there going to be any other close assaults?
Well, might as well send the 2 airborne in. This ain't gonna do anything. It's probably not even legal.
We have 8, so I'd have to have 32 before it became illegal. So you have 8 going in there against my 14, 19. So that is a sloppy 1 to 3. Make that 1 to 2. Subtract 1 from the die roll. 4 becomes a 3 at 1 to 3. 8 by, I'm checking my math, 14, 19. Yeah, that's 1 to 3, and you rolled a modified 3. For Panzer Leader fans out there, we are using the combat results table from Tactical Combat Middle East, so you'll notice it's slightly different than the CRT and Panzer Blitz or Panzer Leader. This one makes a little bit more sense, and it's also a little killier, which makes it more exciting for live streams. John says, "Oh, good, you got the old Pia." The old Panzer Leader was kind of a set on max. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's. I think what you might be talking about is spotting rules. Aircraft in Panzer Leader can spot, but only out to like 10 hexes or something like that. But for line of sight, it's unlimited until you hit actual terrain. And also, I make my maps a lot smaller because, again, I have to make these games small so they don't take 8 hours here on live stream, because who wants to watch an 8-hour live stream? So this hex grid, you'll notice, is a lot smaller than most Panzer Leader tables. It is 27 hexes across and 14 hexes high. This is basically the same number of hexes that you see on one standard Panzerleader map board. It's just in a slightly different aspect ratio, so it fits better on a computer screen. A normal hex map in Panzerleader, as everyone knows who owns the game, it's 33 across, or actually it's 33 long and 10 across. This is 27 across and 14 down, so it comes out to roughly the same number of hexes. So this is basically one Panzerleader map. Yeah, and we keep the games pretty small so that it works well on a live stream. All right, cool. So what do we say? We said, oh yeah, 1 to 3. We were checking 1 to 3.
It's nothing.
On 3 is barely missed. All right, cool. So no effect there. I think that concludes the American turn.
I think so, yeah.
All right, cool. Let's go over to the German turn. Okay, so the first thing the Germans are going to do is call on their artillery. That happens on, called it on turn 3, lands on turn 4. Okay, I've got that called in. That will impact next turn. Okay, let me make sure I properly cover this up so that I don't give away my artillery. But showing here my camera. What I wrote down last turn for my artillery is Hex 1910. So my offboard artillery is going to hit Hex 1910. That is right there. So my 10.5s hit this company of American paratroopers. Here's the problem. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, here's the problem. Yeah. The only Germans that can see that hex are now dispersed. So I am now subject to the scatter diagram. No other German units can see that hex. That's the target hex, guys, right there. I'm circling with my mouse. So now that these two rifles are dispersed, they're pinned down. They cannot call in corrections for the artillery mission. Nobody else can see the target hex. Let me triple check that. I'm looking around. Yeah, it's subject to scatter now. Damn it.
Yeah, they're in the middle of a city with city blocks on all sides, so it's easy to draw line of sight to that one.
There's a lot of obstructions on this map. It's up close. It's a little mini Stalingrad. Okay, so let's see if the artillery mission lands where it was supposed to anyway. I'm looking for a 1 or a 2 on this roll. Come on, give it to me. It's a 4. It's going to drift by 1 hex. Okay, north is 1. Let's see if I call it on my own guys. A 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The artillery mission lands back here. It drifts because the guys who are calling in the mission are now pinned down. So it lands harmlessly, well, except for Dutch civilians. Other than that, it lands harmlessly, at least for the American paratroopers, back there. All right, so that concludes German artillery, which was my only really good attack this turn. Now we go to German direct fire. All right, here I have a battery of infantry guns, 7.5 centimeter infantry guns. Those stubby little bastards that appear in every single game. They are point blank, and they are firing direct at enemy infantry that is right next to them. I don't think... Yeah, they're just going to double. So that 3 becomes a 6 versus 8. That's 1 to 2. I have to add 1 to the die roll for woods. 1 becomes a 2. They are dispersed. And now, just for fun, they're going to... you know what? I'll wait until the end of the turn, like you're supposed to.
But that means that gun is spotted.
Oh, hell yeah. Let me do my direct fire first. Do I have any other direct fire? I have no other direct fire in these two comp groupa. So I will then go to my movement. 1, 2. Gotta keep my colonels.
Like it's Sherman next to the colonel.
What? No, I don't want a Sherman. I don't want a troop of British Shermans. That, by the way, everybody, that platoon of Shermans there, that is 3 vanilla 75mm Shermans, and 1 Firefly in the mix. That's how they get these values. There's only 4 tanks in a British troop as opposed to 5 tanks in an American platoon, hence the slightly reduced values, but only semi-reduced because in that mix there is a Firefly. So, yeah, the colonel's not hanging around for that shit. That's probably Henke himself. He's like, Ach Himmel, we must fliehen jetzt and go away from the British Panzer. Alright, so anyway, my apologies to a host of cultures. Then again, he's an SS German, the hell with you. I don't apologize to SS guys. Okay, so just to kind of wrap up this side of the turn, he took opportunity fire earlier. I should have marked him as such.
Yeah, he killed the half-track.
Right, so I should have an opportunity fire counter on him, but either way, I won't shoot him now. Does he want to move? I think he does want to move, because he is a turreted AFV. He does get that rule. He will drop 1 hex down here, just so he's not immediately visible to all those British tanks. In fact, now he's not visible to any of them. All right, cool. Yay. Cool, so that's it for his movement. And just wrapping up this side of the battle. The other 2 units in there will launch a close assault. There's no movement, so there's no opportunity value, or there's no opportunity fire eligible. We are looking at 3 points versus 8. That is 1 to 2 odds. Subtract 3 from the die roll because he's also dispersed. 2 for being 2 for close assault, 1 for being dispersed. Add 1 back to the die roll because he is in woods. So that's going to be 1 to 2. Subtract 2 from the die roll, and a double D will kill him. 2 becomes a 0. He is smoked. Yay! We got some British casualties on the table.
To mix in with the German casualties in that one.
Yeah, the far larger number of German casualties, which are almost 3 to 1 at this point. So yeah, hopefully you guys can see the casualties so far. We don't count empty transport, but 5 combat units for the Germans have already been lost, only 2 for the British. None for the Americans yet. The Americans are going to be tough to kill because they're all friggin' 82nd Airborne guys. Okay, now of course these guys are hella spotted. They're next to a British unit, so I won't put a spotted counter on them, but we know that they are all now spotted because the close assault definitely gave them away. I choose not to occupy that building or occupy that hex because
you like the concrete building.
I like that train station. That train station has a hell of a good coffee shop in it. It's nice and cozy here. They even have air conditioning. It's nice. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and stay in here. Alright, so that wraps up that counterattack. We're going to have a counterattack down here as well. 2 to 4, it's barely legal. Subtract 1 from the die roll. Probably not going to happen, but who knows, I might disperse somebody. 5, no effect. So nothing happened there. Nothing can happen here. I'm going to try to rally these wagons. That's a... so the morale levels, everybody, we're using Arab-Israeli War morale rules. All German SS units... We've got a whole bunch of elite guys on the table. We've got 9th and 10th Division, 9th and 10th SS Panzer Division troops on the table. We're giving them morale A, the best in the game. We've got American 82nd Airborne units, A, the best in the game. And we've got British Grenadier Guards. We give them an A, the best in the game. The only ones that we're not going to get A's are the German units that are in gray. So SS units are in black, Waffen-SS units. And these rear echelon, or REMFs as they call it, rear echelon mother bleepers, they are all going to get morale C. Because again, they're cooks, clerks, typists, military policemen, Dutch sympathizers, who knows? They're like the worst of the worst. Well, not the worst of the worst, because then they would have morale D. But we're going to give these guys morale C, so I need to roll at 1 through a 3 to rally those wagons. Come on, wagons. The horses stop shitting themselves in the streets, and they fail to rally. Okay, so that wraps up the Germans for this side of the table. Hit over here.
When the British say God, they mean God, unlike the Russians that they seem to call anybody God nowadays.
It depends.
Nowadays.
Oh, even back in the day, it was often a lot of mistakes that some World War II wargamers make. They see such and such Guards Rifle Division, such and such Guards Tank Brigade in the old World War II RKKA, Red Army of Workers and Peasants for the Soviets, and oh, they're Guards. They must be elite, or at least veteran. Often not really, because you would have such and such Guards Rifle Corps, but that Rifle Corps, or not really a Rifle, Rifle Corps would only have one Guards Division in it, or that Guards Division would only have one Guards Rifle Regiment. Also, to be a Guards meant that you were in some heavy battles before that, and that you took 90% casualties. So most units in a Soviet Guards Rifle unit or tank unit are replacements, because they just rebuilt the unit almost from scratch. Now, Soviet Guards units should get, I stress Soviet Guard units, old school World War II stuff, should get slightly enhanced values because they are larger. There's like 190 men in a company instead of 160 or something like that. But they're not necessarily elite. Nowadays, in the Ukraine war, a lot of Russian units have earned Guard status in the Ukraine war. How much they deserve that is open to interpretation. Probably not really. Okay, so let's see here. I used opportunity fire, so I can't fire. I'm going to try to rally these two guys. These two guys are Iron Cross recipients right here, man. Yes, they both rally with a 2 and a 4.
Oh.
But that's their turn. But they are standing tall, man. These are some tough. These are Waffen SS troops for real. Outnumbered 3-1 against the Americans, and so far they're standing tall. They don't even have good buildings. My Pioneers can't really do very much. I won't shoot them. I can't close assault them. It would be 3 against 28. That's less than 1 to 4. Therefore, it's illegal. Basically, I call up this lieutenant and I say, close assault those American engineers or those American paratroopers to your south. And the lieutenant replies with, sir, go fuck yourself. I'm outnumbered like 4 to 1. I'm not going to attack in there. These two guys took opportunity fire. I'm going to try to rally those FAMOs up there. Those half-track prime movers. They are technically a Waffen SS unit, so they do rally on a 4. And, okay, oh man. Direct fire. I can't see anything now. But then again, they can't see me, so I'm going to, you know what, that works for my defense. Be patient as the defender. Just eat up the clock. If the Germans win this game, it's going to be by chewing up the clock. So, any other weird, goofy movement I want to do? Wagons forward. Wagons east. 1/2. 1.5. 2. I don't know if you want to take it, but they are eligible for opportunity fire.
Should we fire the machine guns into them? Yeah, why not?
They're in the open.
Why not?
Cool. So both these guys are going to open fire in there?
Yep.
All right, so we got 2 sections. That should be 2 dots there instead of 3 for a full platoon. Those are actually machine gun sections, hence their lower values. But no worries, that's just a graphics problem. So we got 4 points versus 1. That's 4 to 1. Yeah, go ahead and roll. No other penalties.
I won.
Oh, hell yeah, he's hell smoked. But that does shut down those 2 units for this turn. Cool. Yeah, just chewing up the clock. And just for fun. These smoke columns, guys, for soft unit kills, in other words, non-armored units, they have no game effect. I just put them there to show, where the dying happened, where the Iron Crosses grow, as Sam Peckinpah would write. Okay, so I think that's going to wrap it up for the Germans. The Germans are on defense. They're not really going to do very much. I would love to be able to close assault and shoot with some of my other guys, but they either took opportunity fire or they're hopelessly outnumbered. I've got plenty of artillery and stuff like that waiting. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to shift this 1 hex. Yes, I will do that. These Panzerschrecks might decide to do something else funny too. 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, guys, these infantry units now all have 2 movement rate, and he was using the road movement rate throughout all that. So he's going to detach over here, maybe to help out. He's armed with Panzerschrecks. I mean, I'm facing no tanks over here. You might as well send the Panzerschrecks where they might do some good. And I will plug that gap. And yeah, that's going to wrap up the German phase. So that ends turn 3, everybody.
And I think I made a mistake, so well.
So Jen says, I want to see the hella spotted in a Panzerleader counter rulebook. Or, yeah, in the Panzerleader rulebook. They are hella spotted. There's lots of eyes on some of those units. I should make up a thing that just says, because I do have a spotted counter, just so far we haven't really needed them. We might need them soon, so let me go ahead and get one over here. So we do have a spotted counter, just to kind of keep track of who's spotted when it's not obvious. So yeah, we'll add in hella there later. Hella spotted. That way Jen has something to laugh about. Okay. And then we also have, Jen says, wait, did I miss them? Where are the bicycle units? For the security guys, I could have added a bicycle unit. That would have been a good addition. I didn't think of that. That's the kind of guys that we're up against here. You know, basically the mailmen of the German army. So there was a small garrison unit here, like again, mostly police, some flak units, historically to defend these bridges from Allied air attack. And that was about it. But then when the Americans landed just outside the town 3 days ago, and then the British tanks started to move up the highway, Hell's Highway, so to speak, towards Nijmegen to link up with the Americans. That's when the Germans said, "Holy shit, we need to get some reinforcements down here." Again, we kind of went over this in the previous video, but that is where we saw the Germans detach some units from Arnhem. They couldn't move straight down the road because Lieutenant Colonel John Frost, that is the Anthony Hopkins character, still owned at least half of this bridge at that moment. So what they did instead was they used this other bridge and this ferry to kind of outflank the British and get battle groups detached from 9th and 10th SS Panzer Divisions. You see 9th SS Panzer Division here, 10th SS Panzer Division there, around there, and to reinforce Nijmegen. And these are the guys that we see on our table right now.
Those are the guys that caused me headaches.
And when they arrived, they were pretty much just grab anybody who's here. Guess what? You're now part of the Waffen-SS. Congratulations on your promotion. And, I mean, what are these guys going to say? No? I mean, they'll just get shot. So, yeah, but we do track them in different color, not only for aesthetic purposes, but also for different levels of morale. These troops, the German force is very, very patchwork. Some of them are hard as nails. Some of them are, you know,
not
like,
that hard.
They make coffee for a living. I mean, they're literally rear area troops. They have been used. They have been melted for bullets or tanks, says Limburger. Who's been melted down for bullets or tanks? Some of these destroyed units, possibly.
And the German, even if they are Waffen-SS Panzer Divisions, they don't really have any tanks. I think that's what
there were plenty of German tanks, but they just didn't send any of them down this way. The German tanks in 9th and 10th SS are still up around Arnhem.
Exactly.
Yeah, but here on this table, no, there were no German. There's some German armor in the form of half tracks. I didn't even put any armored cars in the game, but that's about it. So technically, there are some German armored vehicles, air quotes, but nothing terribly formidable. Okay, so I will go ahead and get us started for turn 4, which is the halfway point of the game.
And some more Englishmen have just shown up. So.
This is true. Alright, so I will just clean up some of these markers that aren't needed anymore. Super fast. Just move that one aside. And we'll save a few off to the side here just in case we need them later.
Just in case I decide to try the same assault again.
Oh, you almost have to. I mean, at this point.
Exactly.
Cool. So that's clean enough. Here's one more. All right, cool. So Rasmus is going to call in his artillery that will strike on turn 5. Again, he's got an off-board battery of 107mm mortars that's attached to the British at the regimental level, and then he's got a battery of 25-pounders at division level.
Yep, and then I got the mortar on the...
Yeah, you actually have 2 mortars. You have an American mortar section here.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, 2 American mortar sections, the 81s that dropped with the 82nd, and the British 76s that dropped with the... or that came in with the Grenadier Guards.
Yes.
All right. So, have you called in your next turn's artillery?
I have called in next turn's artillery.
All right.
Yeah.
Artillery from last turn that impacts now.
Yeah. And that's where I screwed up and I actually moved the spotter.
Uh-oh. All right. So what was the unit? What's the hex?
Same one as last time.
This guy can still see him. Oh, it's not that one? That's what you call it? Oh, this guy here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. No, this guy can still see him.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good. Okay, so... I'm sorry?
In which case, yep.
So, looks like Rasmus did get a reinforced company across the canal, pretty much to put eyes on some of my 88s. So this guy does have a line of sight across. He can see into this. Now, those units aren't spotted, but he can at least see the hex. What that means is that he's not subject to the scatter roll, but he is subject to the +2 DRM. And Limburger says the bikes, Jen. I'm sorry, Jen. Limburger was answering your question about the bikes. Where are the bikes? They were melted down to make more German ammunition, is the story we're going with here. Cool. So, for now, we've got British mortars and 25-pounders coming in on that hex. That is 12 points for the 12 points for the howitzers, and 10 points for the mortars, the heavy mortars. And
can we throw in the rest of the mortars?
I don't think they're in range, and you would have to kind of specify that in your...
yes.
So the British mortars only have a range of 8. The American mortars have a range of 12. So actually, I take that back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Never mind. The American mortars, we'll say they can participate. So that's going to be now for future. Just have to kind of designate that in your fire mission.
Yeah.
So for now, we're going to go ahead and say 12 for the 25-pounders, 10 for the heavy mortars, 3 for the American light mortars, 3 for more American light mortars. So we got a lot of firepower going into that hex. They're in concrete buildings and they're blind, so they're pretty much just trying to level that hex. Apologies to the Dutch real estate office. Your property value just went down about 20 points. But here we go. We're looking at 22 points plus 3 makes 6. 28 total points.
Yeah, I don't think it will really matter.
All right, so do you want to not include the mortars so you can move them somewhere?
Well, I don't think it matters as I rolled a 6.
Oh, with a 6 then, yeah. All right, cool. So it was a 6 for the 88s. Roll again. Technically, it's a second attack for the FAMOS. Okay, now that might have worked. All right, so how this works, guys, is, again, it's not like normal Panzerleader. We're using the Arab Israeli War rules for artillery. So all artillery is nerfed a little bit. You'll notice 25-pounders only get 12 points. What the hell, man? Those got nerfed. Basically, I took all the artillery and divided it by 3. Normal Arab Israeli Wars divides it by 4. So they're not even nerfed as bad as they are by the chapter and verse Arab Israeli Wars. But I went by 3 because the stacking limit in the hex is now 3, whereas the stacking limit in Arabic Really Wars is still 4. They still have 250 meter hexes. So it's divided by 3. However, it affects everything in the target hex individually. This is much more realistic way to handle artillery, because I'm sure Panzer Leader veterans have noticed out there, what's the best way to defend against artillery in Panzer Leader? Stack up your important units with a bunch of trucks and wagons, because your huge artillery missions come in and they get divided equally between all units in the hex. Hence, they have those cockamamie inflated values like 20 for 105 mil. I'm sorry, 40 for 105, 60 for a 155, and so on. That's nuts. So what we did was we knocked everything down by 3, or by a factor of 3, I should say. But then it affects everything in the hex individually. So again, we had a grand total of 28 points. But I'll zoom in a little bit so you guys can see what I'm talking about. All right, these 88 millimeters, it affects that one separately. It affects this one separately. Here's the bad news. They're in concrete buildings. So I have to add 5. I get to add 5 to my defense. This technically becomes a 6 in defense. 1 for the gun and 5 for the concrete buildings or hide again. So now it's 28 divided by 6. That is a 4 to 1. Add 1 to the die roll. Rasmus rolled a 6. That becomes a 7. That is no effect. However, then Rasmus rolled a 1 against these FAMOs, which I know technically they're half-tracks, but I don't really consider them armored targets. So I'm not going to divide the artillery by half for this. So again, we got 28 points versus 6. Again, they also get 5 for the buildings. So it's 4 to 1. Add 1 to the die roll. His 1 is modified to a 2. That is a destroyed section of FAMOs. And just for fun, because they're so huge, and they are built of metal.
And just to get some German wreck marker.
Yeah, just to get a German wreck marker.
There's nothing else to get wrecked.
Hey, if nothing else, that helps me defend that hex. Send it back. Boom. Because that starts to for people who play Panzer Leader know, a smoke counter does nothing. That's something I invent just to show where the fighting was. A wreck counter, on the other hand, does affect the game. It counts as a stacking point. So that hex is now partially congested with burning FAMOs. So awesome. Cool. So that takes care of German artillery, or sorry, Allied artillery. Cool. So sweet. Now we go on to Allied direct fire, which is going to get nasty.
Oh yeah, especially if you're sitting in the train station over there.
Yeah, that train station's about to get some additional traffic they weren't expecting. All right, so let's start off from the left and work our way up forward. Any direct fire over here?
Yeah. Anything that can see the train station is shooting into it. So that'll be the half track next to it.
All right, this half track can see. This Sherman cannot. Blocked by woods, blocked by buildings. These guys can all see. So it's just going to be like a mass.
A mass.
Let me change color.
Mass attack.
Yep, that's going to be huge, huge, huge. They're practically surrounded, and now they're just getting clobbered from 4 directions. All right, so 2 for the half track, 2 for another half track. That makes 4.
2 for a third half track.
Okay, that makes 6. Okay, then we've got 1 Sherman, 2 Shermans. That's going to be 20.
And 2 more Shermans.
We got these 2 Shermans. Oh yeah, these 2 Shermans, that makes another 20.
And then 3 for the...
And the Stuart divides by 2 because it only has A-class ammunition. So that 5 divides to 2.5, round up to 3. So this is our total. So we're looking at 46, 49.
49, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So 49 versus 8 plus 5 plus 2, that is 13. 15 plus 5 is 20. For the train station's a concrete building. So 8 plus 5 is 13. 15. I'm checking my math. Yeah, 20. So 49 divided by 20 is a sloppy, not really sloppy, but somewhat sloppy 2 to 1. Add 1 to the die roll. 4 becomes a 5. They are all dispersed. Which would set up a pretty nasty cat attack if there were more British infantry in the area. Clear out all my math. Awesome. That was a lot of gunfire. Alright.
Do we have anything else I want to shoot? The machine guns took opportunity fire. I can't see anything over there, so I think that's it for my direct fire.
Okay, just to wrap up the British for direct fire, we're going to try to rally this rifle section over here. Rifle platoon, I should say.
5.
It does work because they are Grenadier Guards. They failed to rally last time, but now they've had their tea, and they're ready to, we'll just kind of set them off to the side a little bit to remember that we can't move them this turn. Okay, just to kind of wrap up the British, did you want to go ahead and wrap up their movement and any possible can attacks?
Yeah, let's see, we'll put the mortar into the...
Okay, so the Bren carrier loads the mortars. That's half their movement.
And then it'll move straight up into the gap between the...
1, 2, 3.
One.
Go ahead.
Go to 810 with him.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. All right.
Couldn't get as fast as we want him, but it'll be fine up.
There's not a lot. There's nothing really that the Germans can hit him with.
And then the infantry that can move, not that one, the one that will move into the square that got cat attacked.
908.
Yeah.
Cool.
And let's see, those AA guns are. Well,
they took opportunity fire last turn. This turn they're free to fire.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's the one up by the bridge. I'm
gotcha.
Musing about right now.
That's the quad that was originally installed there to protect the bridge from air attack.
We'll send the Stewart into the hex just below it.
This
not that Stewart. That Stewart over there, yeah.
1. 2, 3, something like that. Yeah.
Yep. And then the Sherman that's in row 11.
Yep.
Well, not those down there. The one up on the
gotcha.
edge. Will go in there as well. That's a quarter, but and we'll send in the Sherman that were with the Stewart as well. Yeah.
Looks like the British might try to get cute and cross the railroad bridge. Demolition charges already.
Yeah, or at least put some pressure on your headquarters.
Yep. He can only run so far.
And we'll send the British commander up into the square with the half track and the mortar.
Oh, I thought he was going to go up here. We're going to have a duel of commanders. I'll get my Walther P-38. You get your Webley revolver, and we'll stand at 10 paces and just do this the old-fashioned way.
I'll put my money on the Walther.
Yeah, probably.
I'll not do the cat attack yet because the cat attack that I got coming up need to be combined with an American cat attack.
Alrighty. So we're done with British movement. Any of these guys? These guys all have split movement fire if they want.
No, they got an objective to take.
Okay.
And that would be a lot of fire again into it.
Gotcha. All right, so moving over to the Americans.
A couple of rallies to start with.
Let's do direct fires first. Any direct fire? Or is it going to be all cat attacks? Might be all cat attacks.
I think it'll be all cat attacks.
All right, cool. Then let's go ahead and try to rally these engineers. 1 through a 5.
Well, actually, if we're smart, we wait and do the rally after the movement.
Technically, yeah, but technically, just to keep the turn sequence straight, it's done right after the direct fire phase.
It might be the easier way to keep track of who have rallied.
Yeah, I'll just move them over a little bit, but I'd rather keep the turn sequence as close to the book as possible.
So, rally for that guy.
He does.
Rally for the Airborne in the middle.
Yep.
A 1.
Oh, hell yeah, he's pissed off now.
What a waste of a 1.
This engineer, I'm sorry, Airborne.
Right,
80-second rallies pretty easily. Because they're 80-second. Okay, cool. Now we go to American movement phase.
So, we started down at the bottom with the 3 airborne down there.
Yep.
They'll end up in the square just south of the objective. So 1 up for most of them.
Okay, so that's going to be 1, 2. And then the engineers rallied, so he can't do anything. And this guy comes up with them. So we got 3 platoons, a full company. They're in that town. That will trigger some German opportunity fire. Because here comes a close assault, and you're too close to one of my objectives. Okay, so I've got 2, 2, and 6 for autocannons. That's a 3.7 millimeter autocannon. There's 1 3.7 millimeter on the back of those half tracks. There's like 5 half tracks in that section. So here we go. I've got a total of 10 points. I'm going to try to engage. I have to add 1 to my die roll. So I'm going to just try to engage one of them. My dice have been pretty good so far, but I don't want to push it. So I was thinking about maybe trying to pin down 2 of them, but
yeah.
I'm pushing it. All right, so it's 1 to 1. Whoa. Yeah, because even if I really try to get really cheesy, this 2 and this 6 are going to attack one of them at 1 to 1. That leaves this 2 free to attack another one at 1 to 4. That's still technically illegal, but by the time I add 1 for your wooden buildings, it's impossible to kill anybody. So, you know what? I'll just not opportunity fire with that one. That way, if I want to do something else with them later, I can. All right, so these 2 guys are going to take opportunity fire. Again, 1 to 1. Sorry. Yeah, 1 to 1. That is a 4 at 1 to 1. I have to add 1 to that die roll. Becomes a 5. That is no effect. Barely.
And
yeah, those autocannons are nasty.
Yep.
Anyone who's seen that last battle of Saving Private Ryan knows that. This is a bigger version of that 20 millimeter gun. This is a 37 millimeter version of that on the back of a half track, and there's 5 of them. Again, everything here is a platoon or a section or a battery. Okay, so other movement.
The only one is the Airborne, well, one more is the Airborne in 2210.
I see him here. Oh yeah, because he just rallied, so this guy can move somewhere. These two machine guns fire this turn.
Yeah, but he'll move into that square.
The Airborne, will you move into that square? All right, we just got to remember that those two machine guns cannot participate in the upcoming
cat attack, yeah.
Close assault. No worries. Because they were too busy shooting up my helpless wagons. Murdering horses. I hope you're happy. We only shot at the wagons. We blew all the wheels off all the wagons, and the horses ran away. Even though they were SS horses, but that's okay. They were evil horses.
We'll take one machine gun from the stack of two in the 20 group, yeah, and he'll move 2 up.
Okay, he runs forward into the objective hex. He's trying to trigger my opportunity fire here. Yeah, I see. He's trying to get me to reveal my artillery back here, especially these half tracks with 5-centimeter howitzers bolted to them. My half-ass assault guns. I ain't falling for it. But I tell you what, I will fire with all my other guys that are about to get the shit cat attacked out of them anyway. Alright, so that's going to be, because they're spotted anyway, 3 and 3 and 3 and 6. That's going to be 9, 15 versus 4. I barely miss 4 to 1 on that. Damn it. Let me go ahead and commit my 88s. No, that's going to be 15 to 4. That is a sloppy 3 to 1. No modifiers. He's in the open though. That is an open hex. That's a wide open, like a big town square. Go for it. Oh, for crying out loud. Well, he's pinned down at least. One of the very few chances I'm ever going to have to actually kill an American unit in this game. That sucked.
And then we might as well move the other machine gun up into it.
Cool. All right, so I think that's your first objective taken, right?
I think so, yeah.
Cool. There's 5 objectives on the map, everybody. I'll quickly mow just so you guys can track what's going on and, you know, get the full suspense, man, how close the Americans are, or I should say the Allies are, to winning this game. So we've got the train station, which is looking pretty precarious. There's a lot of good German troops in there, but they're all pinned down at the moment, and they're more or less surrounded by Allied armor and cut off from supporting German units. So I'm sure he's going to take that one sooner rather than later. Same thing here with the with this square down here. This was a place where the 82nd took a fair amount of casualties historically, but yeah, he doesn't have a whole lot of units over there, but the British are coming in to help from the northwest, so I don't expect that one to hold very long either.
And the new British are arriving.
That's true. We can't forget that. In fact, we should do that before we start doing too many cat attacks. That's still in your movement phase. This one did just fall, so that's 3. The 4th one is leading toward the bridge. That is, oh god, there's a name for it, but it's all covered up by stuff. It's a famous Dutch landmark. Let me get it, because we've got Dutch people in the stream today. Valkhof Castle, or Valkhof Fortress. It's still there to this day. There's a little, like, I don't know if it's medieval, but there's an old school fortress, kind of a park there. Historically, it was quite a bit of trouble for the Americans. So if he takes those, well, if he takes 3, he technically wins. So he's probably like more than halfway to winning already. Really to take 4 to match historical, and just to be extra fun, who knows if it's going to happen, but there is a 5th objective hex on the far side of the highway bridge. So if the Germans really do crack wide open, which they're about to, they've been holding pretty good so far. I think they're about to crack though, in a few spots, because they are very brittle. The line is very thin. If they do crack wide open and Rasmus gets anybody across the river, to that other objective hex. That makes the Robert Redford assault unnecessary. That will save a lot of American lives tomorrow, because the Allies will, of course, already have people across the bridge. And that big assault that we see Robert Redford launch in his pathetic little canvas boats will, quite frankly, just never happen, because there'll already be Allied troops. They'll already own that bridge. Again, that assault tomorrow takes place just off the northwest, or way up here, the northwest edge of the map, maybe a little bit beyond it. That's because this assault doesn't get across the bridge. Alright, so cool. That's going to not quite wrap up the British turn. Let's wrap up British movement.
Well, yeah, and the guys across the canal.
Okay, you're going to move some of these guys as well? Alright, where are you moving now?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Let's see, the machine gun top one.
Yep.
Will move one up.
Well, he can go this way.
Yeah, he can't cross the water.
Yeah,
so,
no water is crossable in this game, guys.
Yep, so we'll actually move him into 2206 instead.
22.
So out in the open.
Cool. All right. Any other units over here moving?
The other machine gun will move up to the outcrop on the hill.
Yeah, they're getting ballsy. They're like, those Germans don't want to show themselves. Let's stick our asses out here and moon them from this incredibly exposed position.
Yep. And the airborne that you got your thing on right now will move up in between the two of them.
He is desperate to have me reveal those 88s. Come on, look at all this free meat, man. You just literally just point at him and die. These guys are desperate, man. They're like, sir, can we please fire? No, damn you.
And the last airborne will move 2 squares in between them as well.
This guy just moved to that position, didn't he?
No, that was last turn.
That's the machine gun I was thinking of. Okay, cool. All right. All right, cool. Let's finish up your movement by bringing on your reinforcements. So they can enter from any southern road. You've got another squadron of Shermans. This is more of 30 Corps. Come on, Excel. Spare me your bullshit. All right. 1, 2, 3. All right, we've got more Shermans coming up.
And they will come up over on the Hengsdale. So all the way to the...
Gotcha. All right, so they have a movement rate of 8. So that there is 1 movement point so far.
And then they will move 2 straight north.
Okay, so that's another 1 because there's 2 units in there. They can't use the road movement right there. So that is 2, 2.5.
And 1 more, so 3.
3.5, because that's not a road. Well, it's a road X, but you're moving on to the road.
Yep.
Got it.
And then onto the bridge.
All right. Alrighty, 4.
And 1 more up into the wood.
6, 7.
And then 2 along the road.
8. Yep. So that was 1, 2, 2.5, 3.5, 4.5, 5.5, 6.5, 7.5. They can move 1 more hex if they want to. They have half a movement point left if they stay on the road.
Yep.
Yeah.
No. Well, can anybody see them? Let's just.
No, because they would still be in a woods hex.
Okay, yeah, and that is and it's the first one they are moving into.
And,
they're not both before that.
Yeah, they're not. You only spent 1/16 of your movement in the line of sight of my 2 batteries of 88s. Only one of them can see you though, because 1 battery of 88s is on high ground. across the river. The other one is not. So this guy can see that hex, but you're still in woods. So I couldn't take opportunity fire. You did not spend a quarter of your movement in my line of sight.
So that's the.
Cool. So John Pierman says, this is a wonderful engagement to watch. I'm having a lot of fun here today. Awesome, John. Thanks very much for the supportive comment. Jen also adds, glad you're enjoying it. And Fred's Factorium says, got to agree, perfect backdrop for a painting session. Yeah, these live streams can go for 3 or 4 hours sometimes. We don't expect people to be sitting on the edge of their seat the whole time, watching us push virtual counters around. But hopefully, it's fun to watch or fun to have on in the background. And also, we wanted to do something to commemorate Market Garden's 80th anniversary. We did D-Day with a live stream, so we're doing Market Garden with a live stream as well. All right, so now you got more British reinforcements, the rest of your motor rifle battalion. There was a Guards motor rifle battalion historically attached to 2nd Armored Grenadier Guards. So you got two platoons of rifles in American-made half-tracks. So where are they going?
They will come in on a Grafseeweg.
Got it. So there's one movement point so far.
And he'll go all the way. The first one will go all the way up next to the. Just follow the road straight ahead.
2, 3, 4. He can get into that hex and unload, and he's safe because the Germans have already taken opportunity fire.
That was the plan. So.
Cool. Awesome. So that's one hex, or that's one unit. All right, the other one?
The other one will.
Go ahead. I'm just fixing the stack a little bit.
He'll come on at the same place, and then when he reaches them, he'll change and go north.
Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then he can go here and unload. Is that what you meant?
Yeah.
Okay. Does he want to unload there?
We might as well unload, yeah.
And for people in the chat, that costs 1/2 of your movement rate. So that's why he only moved 5 movement points worth. He got double on the roads, and then he unloads. Because you don't want infantry running around in thin-skinned half-tracks in front of German guns. That's a quick recipe for a barbecue of horrific descriptions. So let's not do that. Okay, then you've got universal carriers. One section of universal carrier is carrying the machine gun section. One universal carrier is carrying the 6-pounder anti-tank guns.
So the machine gun section will send in on the Sandana raid.
All right.
And I'm sorry if I mispronounce it.
I have no idea. I don't speak Dutch like at all. So that's one.
And he'll go up into contact with the wagon.
Disperse wagons and unload.
Oh, yeah. And the 6-inch. What do we want to do with a 6?
Yeah, I mean, who knows how useful they'll be, but they were there on the day, so I included them.
Oh, yeah.
Anti-tank guns in a battle with no German tanks. I mean, you can blow up half-tracks with them.
Yeah, or you can add 5 to shooting at something.
I doubt the horses behind they're hauling German wagons appreciate them very much. We're having truck steak for dinner tonight, boys. We put a 6-pounder through that horse. Have the engineers come up, scrape them off the pavement, and have the cooks fire up the grill.
we'll send them up Santana as well, and then unload in the square with the one more into the same square as the engineer.
Got it.
I'll actually mix the two colors.
Hey, there you go.
It's the first stack that they're mixed.
They are allies.
And
yeah, everyone in the chat, this is another reason I wanted to do this game. This is one of the very, very few times you are historically or realistically allowed, air quotes, to put Americans and British shoulder to shoulder on the same tactical table. Obviously, the Americans and the British were allies and they cooperated all the time, but that was always on at least a divisional level, if not corps, army, or much more commonly, army group. So, for them to be mixed up, like, we got different platoons in the same hex, that does not happen often. But this was one of the battles where, again, Grenadier Guards and 82nd Airborne were shoulder to shoulder in the streets of Nijmegen. Jen says, and I'm in the process of planning the Battle of the Bulge anniversary trip. You can definitely expect some streams about that. Yeah, we're going to actually travel to Belgium for the 80th anniversary of Battle of the Bulge this December. So I might be off for about a month coming up the end of the year.
Is that the time when we're going to say something about that? Nuts?
Yeah, right. We're going to go up there. I'll have to do a live stream and say nuts from somewhere, just for fun. Also hope to meet up with Piotr at least a couple times there too, because Piotr will be in the same area on the same days, and it's a very small area. I mean, our hotel is going to be in Bastogne, so we're like right in the middle of it. I mean, anyone familiar with the Battle of the Bulge? Unlike the Normandy trip where I screwed. Unlike the Normandy trip where I screwed up. I just dropped my web camera. Where I screwed up and set up the hotel at Caen instead of Bayeux. So I was way over by Sword Beach is where I was staying. So whenever I wanted to go visit any of the American beaches, it was like an hour drive just to get there. This time, we're going to be a little bit more smart, and we're going to set up our hotel in the middle of the campaign area.
And Belgium is, everything else being equal, not that large.
Yeah, I mean, we fly into Brussels, and I think we said Bastogne is like an hour and 40 minutes away or something. It's not that big a deal. And Brussels is nowhere near the battle area, as the Germans can tell you to their cost. They never came close to Brussels in that battle.
No matter how much they would have wanted it.
Oh, that was their objective, yeah. That was their first objective. Their ultimate objective was Antwerp, which was just absurd. But hey.
Well, dream on.
All right, so we've now finished all British movement. We're ready to start with British cat attacks.
Yep.
Or I should say Allied cat attacks. Any British cat attacks?
Straight British. I don't think that 2 versus.
That's not legal. These guys just got there.
There were one in there that will join already. That'll join in with the stack of airborne.
Okay, cool. I see what you're saying.
That was why I wanted to do the British by themselves.
Here we go. Here we're doing some real Allied cooperation here. Okay, so these half-track and this new section of rifles just arrived, so they cannot participate, members of the audience. But this guy was already here, so he can help out, and these 3 American airborne platoons were already there. So we have a grand total of 14 Allied points in a British Anglo-American, Anglo-American pincer close assault against I won't lie, a pretty tough German stack. So we've got 11 points. 5 for the security platoon, 1 for the half-tracks, and again 5 for the concrete buildings. So it's 1-to-1. There are some guys in there that count as engineers, so those are American airborne units. So that 1-to-1 goes to 14 to 11 is 1-to-1, becomes 2-to-1, subtract 1 from the die roll.
4 becomes a 3.
4 becomes a 3 on, what did I say, 2-to-1? They are both dispersed. Just missed it. A 2 kills them. Here's another reason, guys in the audience, I really like the Tactical Combat Middle East CRT. The odds column is the number that you need to kill. So it's easy to remember, even if you don't have it right in front of you. To kill on the 1-to-1, you need a 1. To kill on the 2-to-1, you need a 2. To kill on the 3-to-1, you need a 3. So he had 14 points versus my 11. That's 1-to-1 becomes 2-to-1. Subtract 1 from the die roll. You roll a natural 4, right?
Yeah.
That becomes a 3. That 3 does not quite kill on the 2-to-1 column. But it does disperse. Oh, hell yeah. They're hella pinned down. All right, cool.
The engineers rallied, so nothing there.
Yeah, and these guys all have just arrived, so nothing there.
And it's a machine gun by itself anyway. So
yeah, machine guns are not allowed to cat attack unless they're stacked with friendly infantry. So I think we're moving over to the Americans now, right?
We're going to the purely American side now, yeah.
82nd, this is starting to get embarrassing here. These Germans have all won their Iron Crosses. Now we're going to see if they win their Knight's Crosses. Oh my God!
It's not a few extra in there.
That's true, and it matters because you now have 9. Oh no, it doesn't matter. You have 9 platoons in there. Those machine guns are not stacked with infantry, so they can't help. But you've got 9 platoons. That's 36 versus 16. That's still 2-to-1 because those are wooden buildings, so they don't get the extra 5. I'm sure those wooden buildings are all in splinters by this point. So it's 2-to-1. Make it 3-to-1. Subtract 1 from the die roll. That's like the third 6 in a row, isn't it, on that attack?
On that attack, yeah.
I think it's the third 6 in a row. 6 becomes a 5 on the 3-to-1 row column. They are, again, dispersed. That does it. Everyone in here now has a Knight's Cross. If they survive again, they get oak leaves to their Knight's Cross. Then swords. Then oak leaves, swords, and diamonds. I mean... oh, my God. Okay, I'm sure
holding up a whole battalion, yeah.
You figure Panzer Leader supposedly is 6 minutes a game turn. That's crap. Most players play at least 10 minutes, if not 15. Yeah, they've held out for probably over half an hour against the full battalion and counting. I'm assuming this is going in next.
Yep.
Okay. These guys are in concrete buildings, so it's even tougher for these guys. You've got 2 machine gun sections. They are stacked with infantry, so they can help out. You've got 8 in the bottom hex and 12, so you've got 20 versus 14. 1-to-1 becomes 2-to-1. Ooh, no. It's still 1-to-1 because of, I get to add 5. Oh, no, those are wooden buildings. Sorry. Never mind. I take that back. So again, 8 plus 12 is 20. 14, 1-to-1, 2-to-1. Subtract 1 from the die roll.
A 3 becomes a 2.
A 3 becomes a 2. We wound up on the 2-to-1 column, right?
Yep.
Because of the engineer bonus, they are smoked.
At least the first battalion seems to be doing better than the second.
Yeah, second battalion is going to be taking a lot of shit at the mess hall later tonight. Or the mess
and then we'll move the whole airborne stack into it.
Yeah, because they were there the previous turn. Cool. Oh, this guy just rallied, but you still got it. But he is going to stay where he is. Bring to front, send to back. There we go. Get the smoke columns out of the way. This guy was dispersed in the previous turn, everybody in the chat. So he was rallied, but that was his turn. So he technically didn't participate in that close assault. It didn't change the result. But it does mean that he does not get to move forward into that hex.
Moving forward for free without drawing opportunity fire.
and that is a big old crack in the German line. That's not cool, because in front of, they're now facing that open park. There's this open park that takes up this whole, that's all open hexes. That's why it's kind of colored like a farm field. It's not a farm field, it's more like a city park, but it's wide open. And there's a lot of little German barrels hiding in those buildings across the way there. Cool. So Ken Smith says, this is fantastic. Awesome. Thanks very much, Ken Smith. Glad you liked it. We'll be in Bastogne most of the time. The entire city is booked for the Nuts weekend. Yeah, that's, I think, later at the end of our trip. But by then, we'll be done with Bastogne. Because Bastogne is, I don't want to say, you know what, I think the 101st in Bastogne is overrated. People always forget that half of 10th Armored was also in there. And that's all the heavy artillery, that's all the tanks, that's all the tank destroyers. They're the guys that are really the backbone of the defense. Nothing against the 101st. But by the time they make that goddamn television show, Band of Brothers, which is nowhere near as historically accurate as people think it is, there are entire YouTube channels whose sole purpose is shooting holes in Band of Brothers, or other things based on Stephen Ambrose's works, a guy who's largely considered to be kind of a disgraced historian at this point. The number of times he's been hit for plagiarism, the number of times he has been sued in court by families of people he's written about. Yeah, his work has not really stood the test of time, like at all. And unfortunately, Band of Brothers was pretty much, Band of Brothers, like Playtone Entertainment, the people who wrote Band of Brothers, they took Stephen Ambrose right at his word. And they didn't do any cross-checking themselves, which ironically is what Stephen Ambrose did. He talked to the veterans who were willing to work with him, and he literally just took them at their word. Didn't cross-check anything, didn't double-check anything, didn't check any of his references, and hence his books are riddled with historical errors, outright lies, and plagiarism. He's been hit in court 5 times for plagiarism.
I think the way to look at that is, it shouldn't be seen as a history book. It should be seen as a adaptation of a.
I would totally agree, and but the problem is most people don't, because it has this exaggerated reputation for its historical accuracy. Same with Saving Private Ryan. Private Ryan's even worse. Oh, but you got to look at just those first 20 minutes at Omaha Beach. I got big problems with that scene. There are up to and including borderline stolen valor on that Omaha Beach assault. There's lots wrong with that. But anyway, that's not what this stream is about. That's why I'm not too worried about spending a whole lot of time in Bastogne. We're going to wrap up Bastogne probably the first day or two of that trip, and then we'll be out of there before it gets really crazy. Because the Nuts weekend, it does take place later on in the week, and the hotels are going to be, the town's going to be psychotic by then. So we're going to retreat from the field before we're overrun by goofy tourists. Yes, we're going to be tourists, but we hope not to be goofy tourists. Okay, so I think that wraps up for close assaults.
Yes.
That wraps up German turn 4.
No, Allied turn 4.
Allied turn 4, sorry. Well, German turns are so short in this game because I'm not doing very much. All right, so let's wrap up the German turn. All right, so let me call in my new artillery. Herpish-merpy derp. German artillery is coming in. This is going to be turn 4 coming in on turn 5. Ooh, I think I screwed up. Yep, I screwed up. I called in a... Oh no, there were units there. Okay, it's not illegal. All right, but it may scatter. I was like, did I call in a hex on... I called in our artillery mission on a hex I can no longer spot. But, no worries. It was legal. I did have units there, but they've since been destroyed. All right, cool. So I'll call in my new artillery. I just kind of gave it away, but that's for this turn, so no worries there. All right, so my artillery for last turn, I've called in my artillery for next turn. My artillery for this turn came in on 2209. So right here where this hex was all stacked up. It was called in by the submachine gunners and rifles that were right next to that, but they've now been overrun. So the artillery mission still goes in because it was legal when it was called in, but it is now subject to scatter because I've got nobody else that can see that hex. This is the second time that's happened. All right, no worries. Let's see if I can, well, first of all, fix my camera from where it fell down. You guys heard that crash a little while ago. That was my camera falling off its mount. All right, cool. So now we're going to go ahead and see if this scatters. Please don't scatter. Or if it scatters, land on some other damn Americans. It does scatter by 1 hex. All right, and now, again, north is 1. God damn it. 1, 2, 3. Again, it lands behind. That's the second time that's happened. Okay, once again, German artillery is ineffective. My new artillery is called in. Let's go on to my direct fire phase. Point blank AA fire does not double versus... No, it's it's normal. Okay, good. Since they're spotted anyway, the point blank quad 20mm is going to fire on that Stuart. 14-5 is a sloppy 2-1. I have to add 1 to the die roll for your wooden buildings.
Yep.
4 becomes a 5. They are dispersed.
That was kind of why I sent the Stuart in there first. So.
Yeah. I mean, it would have been 1-1, but it doesn't matter. I was hoping for a kill. Everything else here is friggin' pinned down, man. Let me start rolling rallies. Okay, so Fallschirmjäger does not rally, because, again, he is gray. He needs a 1, 2, or a 3. Security platoon.
You are not showing your camera.
I know. Does not rally.
Okay.
And the... because I'm rolling so many dice here. You know what? Fuck it. I have it set up for a reason. So yeah, those 2 rolls were my failed rallies. Now my infantry gun, this guy rallies on a 5. He does rally. But unfortunately that was his turn. He does not get to shoot this turn. Alright. Down here we have 2 different die rolls. So the security platoon rallies on a 3. He does rally. The half track with the flat gun on it rallies on a 5. Sweet, they both rally. Okay. Oops. Oh, my wagons. My frightened mules. Do they rally? No, they don't.
I get to shoot at them with my...
With your 6-pounder.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Okay, Iron Battalion. Here we go. Or Iron Company. These 2 guys. They need 1 through a 5 to rally. One of them does not rally. Uh-oh.
Ooh.
This could be the beginning of the end. No oak leaves to your Knight's Cross. And I think that was all of them. Alright, so they all op-fired and are just rallied, so they're not obviously going to do anything. I'm playing the long game. Nope, I'm not going to fire. Not going to fire. Yeah, the German turn is really fast. Any more shenanigans in my backfield I can do to basically be a pain in the ass.
Pull the CP back.
Yeah, he'll just go into... He likes concrete buildings, so he's just going to keep hiding out in concrete buildings. So we just got to keep track of this CP is for Henke, and this CP is for Euling.
Oiling.
I'll just invert this guy so we know which is which. Alright, because we do have rules, guys, if you lose your command post, there's no real command and control system in Panzer Leader. It's one of the few weaknesses of the game. So just to kind of redress that a little bit, we put in some very, very rudimentary special rules, or house rules, where if a unit loses its command post, it has to roll morale. If it fails that morale check, the morale rating of that entire unit drops by 1. And that is, the command unit was destroyed, there was the commander somehow survived, there was a spare radio somewhere, or there was an XO ready to pick up the slack. Somehow that unit is holding fast. So I'm not terribly worried about it because it's an SS unit. It's an SS command unit. So even if he does get destroyed, I have to roll morale. It's a 5. Unless I roll a 6, he's going to maintain morale. But I'm still not trying to throw away my commanders. And that wraps up turn 4. So I will go ahead. We are now halfway through the game.
Ooh.
Well, turn-wise, time-wise, we're more than halfway through.
Oh yeah.
Because the game tends to accelerate as you go on. Alright, cool. So plot new Allied artillery. While I check out what's going on in Mr. Chat and plug in a power adapter for my phone, which is apparently about to die. Multitasking, doing many things at once. How you do a live stream. Multitask, multitask, multitask. John Pierman, that was number 1 on Jim's list. Even before the town he wanted to stay in. Yeah, La Glaise. Totally. Sounds like an awesome trip. I hope you had a chance to see the Tiger 2 in La Glaise. Hell yes. John, I will answer that question in 2 words. I'll answer that question in 3 words. Oh, fuck yes. We are totally going to La Glaise. We are going to... I'm going to put my hands... I'm going to get fresh with that Tiger 2. That Tiger 2 better watch out. I'm going to come and cop a feel on her. See what she thinks of that. I'm sure I'm not the first. I have been with one of the world's last 12 operational Panthers. That was at the Aricourt battlefield for the 70th anniversary. I'm going to go... Now, of course, the Tiger 2 at La Glaise is not operational. It's just kind of parked there. But I do want to see one. That's going to be awesome. You see how friggin' huge that thing is. Good God almighty. That is a thick boy right there. Those Tiger 2s.
How to use all your metal in one tank.
Yeah. I'm surprised it hasn't like sunk. Because we used to have, I used to work in a warehouse, and we would have shipping containers, and we ran out of space for our shipping containers in our actual bay doors. So we had to park some in the parking lot. That's a different kind of asphalt. It's not concrete, it's asphalt. And those shipping containers weren't that heavy, and they were already sinking into there were permanent divots by the time we finally moved them. I don't know what that Tiger 2 is sitting on. I'm sure it's sitting on something stronger than blacktop, American blacktop, because otherwise that 70-ton tank has got to be sinking into whatever it's parked in.
Asphalt, it's many things.
Yeah, it depends on... This apparently was pretty crappy asphalt.
Yep.
Also, the containers, half the weight is sitting just on those 2 pegs in the front. So
yep.
The ground pressure per square inch is probably a lot higher. All right, so have you called in your artillery? Hello, Ben. Thanks very much. What was the one we found in the middle of nowhere in France? That was Aricourt. Yeah, that wasn't the middle of nowhere. That was where the Battle of Normandy actually ended. That was where the pincers closed at the Falaise Gap. I mean, it was kind of the middle of nowhere town-wise, but historical-wise, it was extremely important. I envy you, Jim. That is a big bucket list item for sure. Yeah, the biggest bucket list item I had was for the Normandy trip. I wanted to go to... I've told this story a couple times, maybe not on this stream. So stop me if other people on the stream have heard this. I wanted to go to Dog Green Sector on Omaha Beach at like 6 in the morning, or like 7 in the morning. Wade out about 100 yards into the surf, turn around, and just look up at those bluffs. Basically get that view. Of course, it doesn't look like it did back in the day. The road, there's now like a paved road where the seawall used to be. It also really depends on the tide. That tide is very, very drastic. When I got there was practically no beach at all. If you go there 6 hours later, the beach is like 1.5 miles wide. It's a huge difference in the tides. But yeah, it was just a very, very like a once in a lifetime kind of moment. The other one was the Battle of Mortain. I was there for the actual 70th anniversary of that one, August 7th, 1944. This is where they were starting the big breakout for Operation Cobra, and the Germans launched a counterattack to cut them off against 30th U.S. Infantry. And they fought like Panzer Lehr, 2nd SS Panzer, 1st SS Panzer, 2nd Panzer Division, all kinds of stuff. And like 3 regiments of Tennessee National Guard just stood tall and said, fuck you. This is our hill. And there's no museum there or anything like that. There's a little bit of a memorial off to the southeast. But I climbed Hill 120, or Hill 320, where the actual battle took place. It's on somebody's private ground, so they can't build anything there. But the guy knows that his hill is important, so he has these little things in like plastic cover sheets, like these little signs stapled to trees on his land. And his house is on the other side of the road. He's like, look, I know you want to climb my hill. Come to my house, knock on the door, and just let me know that you're there. So I went to his house, knocked on the door. There was no answer. So I said, okay, I just climbed up the hill. And he's got stuff stapled to the trees. Like, this is where the radio pit was. This is where the command post was. This is where the OP was. And some of those positions are still there. They're all kind of eroded, like those trenches you see in World War I. I walked right past the actual command post for 120th U.S. Infantry, 30th Infantry Division, and didn't even see it. And then I came to that little, again, he has like these little typing sheets of paper, A4 paper, in plastic protector sheets, stapled to his trees. And he says, he has it outlined in marker. He's like, here's where 120th Regimental CP was. So I turned around, it was right behind me. And it's like I just walked over a bunch of ghosts. I couldn't believe it. It's definitely an awesome moment. All right, so speaking of artillery missions, you've, I hope, called in your new artillery mission?
Yes.
All right, cool. So your mission for turn 5?
1809.
1809 is somewhere else. Herp schmerp, 1809 is... Oh, no, my Pioneers. All right, so... Go ahead.
As I was sure I would manage to take that square, and I didn't manage to take it, so I thought, let's put it on the Pioneers instead of the...
All right, the good news is you have that unit spotted, so you're not subjected to the +2 or the scatter diagram. The American mortars will be in at this time, so that's 10 plus 12 plus 3 plus 3. 10 plus 12 is 22, 2 more 3s after that is 28. You're still on the 2-to-1 row. No, 15. You're on the 1-to-1 row. 28 to 15 is a shitty ass 1-to-1. But you can maybe disperse them. That disperses them. Because you have to add 1 to the die roll. Yeah, it becomes a 2.
Yep.
Alright, cool. I feel better about the game balance now. I thought the Germans were going to get completely curb stomped. I was like, I kept telling myself last night, trust the concrete buildings. Trust the hexes. Trust me. And I was like, man, the Americans have so much shit coming in. And they all get engineer bonuses on all their cat attacks. Oh my god. I kind of want the Americans to win, but I didn't want the Germans to get embarrassed. Okay, so that takes care of artillery. We now go to direct fire.
And we got a bit.
Oh yeah, shit. Oh god. here's where the German right wing falls apart. Okay. What are we doing here?
Yeah, that guy ain't shooting at anything.
Oh no, I was moving in the middle of the hex because he's no longer subject to. He's able to move this turn.
Let's start with the 2 Shermans next to the AA.
Okay, so 2 Shermans. Now, what I do here, guys, again, there are probably some people either now or later on in replay who are Panzer Leader veterans. Hopefully you can see this hex. This counter, I'm blowing it up. What I do, this is, again, kind of a house rule, is I give some units a star after their A attack rating, or their A class. So you'll notice that the Stuarts don't have that. They've got 37mm guns, and they're shooting almost all armor-piercing ammunition. The 75mm on the basic Sherman, the M4A2 Sherman, like the vanilla Shermans, sort of had dual-class guns. A lot of HE, a lot of HE frag, HE flechette even later on. Alright, for some reason that is screwing me up here, but no worries. Oh, it's because I'm still technically in a different app. There we go. So what an A star means, they're not considered H-class weapons, but an A star means that A class attack does not have to divide in two when shooting at soft targets. Now, if that was like an Angel of Death, the 105 Sherman on the howitzer, the assault howitzer Sherman, that would be a 14. On an H, that would double to 28. But here it's just a 10, but the difference is it does not divide to 5.
And that's the other 10, yep.
Yeah, they're both in there. So it's long story short, take your 15th shot. We're looking at 20 points versus 6. Because they're in concrete buildings. That's 3 to 1. Add 1 to the die roll.
That's 3.
He is dispersed.
With
a 4 on the 3 to 1 table. Again, concrete buildings, you always add. Let me triple check that. Those are concrete buildings, right?
Look wooden to me.
No, those are wooden buildings. Yeah, he smoked. Sorry. My apologies. I was getting a little too hopeful there. Wooden buildings, he does not get the +5 to his defense. That means it was 20 to 1. Subtract 1 from the die roll. Rasmus didn't even have to roll that dice, because the highest the table goes is 7 to 1. Even if he rolls a natural 6, he has to add 1 to the die roll. That's a 7. He's still destroyed. Yeah, so concrete buildings makes a big difference, is the short version. So yeah, he is hella destroyed. That German engineer with the demolitions on the rail bridge, he's getting a bit of an itchy finger there. All right, I'm sure there's a lot more British direct fire coming.
Oh yeah, the next lot will be the lot into the train station.
Yeah, this whole barrage. So 2 points here, 14 points here, 13 points here, 20 points here.
And we might as well shoot the infantry next to them as well.
Okay, the infantry may want to save for a possible follow-up cannon. Oh no, there's 5 point building in there. Never mind. Okay, cool. So here we go. Let me add all that up because that's going to be quite a bit. You're taking on the whole stack?
We're taking on the whole stack, yeah.
All right. I would say to divide it between different, but if you do that, then you're going to trigger that +5 for concrete buildings multiple times, so it's almost not worth it. All right, I'm actually going to break out the calculator on this one, because good grief almighty. All right, 2 for the first half track, 2 for the rifle platoon, 2 for second half track, 2 for more half tracks, 10, 10, 3 for half the Stuarts, 10 and 10 for 2 more Shermans, 51 points. All right, 51, remember that, versus 8 plus 3, sorry, 8 plus 5 plus 2 plus 5 for the concrete building is 20. It's still 2 to 1. Add 1 to the die roll. But we're going to have to be careful. Just go ahead and roll 1 dice, obviously as low as you can. Whether or not you add 1 to the die roll or not. 2, okay, there we go. So it's 2 to 1. Right, we was 50 to 20.
51 to 20, yeah.
Yeah, so it's 2 to 1 odds. All right, add 1 to the die roll, that becomes 3. That is this unit dispersed. However, it is these 2 units killed for 2 reasons. Number 1, a double D counts as a kill against dispersed units, and number 2, you're subtracting an additional 1 off your roll. So that 2 goes up to a 3, goes back down to a 2. On the 2 to 1 roll. So these guys are basically double killed. They're killed because they were dispersed, and they're killed because of the double D rule. So they're both wrecked. And that one section in there is dispersed because he was in good order. So he does not suffer those 2 penalties.
And he says
Ugh. So, hey, cool. Turn 5. He's not going to take that hex until turn 8. Good. I'm doing all right. All right, cool. That was all that gunfire there. I'm pretty sure that wraps up British direct fire. Maybe
no.
not. Maybe not.
We do have a 6-pounder.
It's time for dinner, boys. 6-pounder anti-tank gun battery against some pinned down wagons and their helpless mules. Okay.
And we might put the machine guns in there. No, we want to be able to move them, so we'll not put the machine guns in, but we can put in
you can put the Bren carrier, the universal carrier.
The 2 Bren carriers, yeah.
All right, cool. So he's going to fire, he's going to fire, he's going to fire. That's a total of 5, because that 9 does have to divide against a soft target. Those are not armored horses.
Yeah.
It's not French cavalry from Agincourt. So we've got 5 plus 4 is 9. 9 to 1 against a dispersed target. Yeah, he smoked. Even with buildings. Those aren't even concrete buildings. Boom. He's out of there. And only some of those units have now fired. Cool.
And
did I already put a smoke column in there?
You
no,
did.
I just did. Okay, cool.
And
oh
what
crap! Do me a favor. I kind of screwed this up. I'm just gonna move this guy 1 hex. I should have done that at the end of turn 4.
Sure.
He is not in the Kubelwagen, so I will put him on top. I forgot to move him. Alright. That stack was maximum stacked, so I couldn't have moved him in there even if I wanted to. Cool. I don't want to put him next to those, the concrete buildings look nice, but I'm not moving right next to 2 Sherman platoons. Or technically troops. Okay, cool. Sorry. On to the rest of your... I don't know if there's any more British direct fire.
What's in these... We'll shoot the half track under the infantry. Yeah, that half track.
Okay, it's 2 points versus 7 if you go after the... Oh, actually, no, I can't even... That's an armored target. It's not going to do any good. It's going to be 2 points versus 9. That's more than 1 to 4.
Yeah, so no go there. I think that's it for British for any direct shooting.
Alrighty.
Where's my machine guns at? Yeah, that's it for direct shooting.
Cool. Alright, and we go over to British movement.
Yeah, over to movement. We'll start with the guy that rallied up on the Kampfgruppe.
What the hell are you guys doing over there? Having a barbecue? The battle's this way. They're like a kilometer away from any shooting right now. Where are you guys?
He'll follow the road, so
forwards.
Yeah.
1,
and then down,
2,
and then down,
3,
and then one more. Yep.
Cool. Again, double movement. We have a movement rate of 2 on these guys because we're only fighting with 150 meter hexes audience, and he was on the road the whole time. So yeah, his movement does go technically up to 4. Cool. Then we go to yeah. Well, there's probably lots more movement.
Yeah. Then the Stuart that you got your mouse on.
Yep.
That will no, actually the Sherman that you is under that. Well, no, it's already 3 in that stack.
Sherman on the left. Okay.
It's already 3 in that stack, so never mind. The Stuart in 1109 will move up to 11.7. 11.7.
Yeah, that is 11.7. Oh, that's 14. Sorry, that's 14.7. I can't read my own map.
And the Sherman under the half track will go up with him.
Sherman that was under the half tracks. These guys. This
Under
guy
the half track.
right here.
Yep. And then we'll take the Sherman in the in-between.
Yep.
He'll join them up there as well.
I see questions in the chat. I'll get to you in just a second, as soon as I finish up British movement here.
The half tracks will move into 11-9. 12-9.
12-9.
Yeah.
Okay, they can pass through the hex. They just can't stop
at a time, and then 13-8. And the other one will go in 13-9.
They're spreading out online. And an eastward assault. Alright, I'm sure you guys know this already in the audience. What Rasmus is doing is taking advantage of the split move and fire rule, more formally known as turreted AFE mobility rule. Any unit that is either a pencil or turreted mounted AFE, after it fires, it can move half of its movement.
The stack with the mortar and the CP will end up in 10-10 and then unload.
Get the commander under cover. How did he survive already? Mortars unload. The little British... I don't know why they call it a 76mm. It is called that. The counter is not wrong. But for some reason, it's actually an 81mm mortar. I was recently corrected on that. It's one of like the 5 times I've actually been corrected correctly.
And
I looked it up. I said, holy shit, he was right.
And then the infantry in...
Right, the infantry in this hex fired.
Okay. Yeah, 11-10.
Got it.
We'll move to 12-10.
Got it.
And the half track that was with him will move into 1309.
Got it.
And then the machine gunner will move up into 13-11. And the engineer unit will move to 13-11 as well.
Alright.
And then we'll move the universal carriers don't have turrets, so they can't move and shoot, correct?
It's mounted in the hull, so yeah. I'd have to look it up on the unit function table to be 100% sure, but yeah, just for now.
99% sure, so...
Yeah. As opposed to the half-tracks where the 50 cal is mounted on a pencil.
Yeah, so you can actually move them around and shoot. So I think that's it for the British movement. We have already moved the first American.
Okay, so some of the Americans are now going to move.
Yeah.
Well, first what we can do is try to rally that machine gun section. 82nd Airborne as a morale of A, so he makes it with a 4. Just got to remember not to move him.
Yeah. The other machine gun section in there.
Yep.
Will move 1 up.
Into
we are moving into contact with the pioneers.
Oh, gotcha. Well, he's really trusting those Germans don't want to give up their positions. We're now offering enfilade fire in the open because they're more or less pointing to the west. And the Germans are like, for the love of God, sir, let us fire.
Yep, because it's going to get worse in there because we'll take from 11, 10, 9, from 2109.
2109. I promise I will catch up with the chat, guys, as soon as we get through here. All right, so I'm looking at 2109 here.
Yep, we'll take a machine gun section out of that.
Yep.
Move over to him.
Like so.
And one more.
Both of them? Oh, over to help out his buddy. All right.
Yep. And the airborne section out of there.
Yep.
We'll do the same.
Oof. He's trying to tempt me, man. This is like a hot woman just unbuttoning another button on her blouse. How long before I jump? I don't know, man. All this artillery, these guys are literally drooling on their gun sights. They're like, for the love of God, sir, please. There goes my stupid camera again. I keep tapping it with my chair. That's the problem. Go ahead.
We'll take the airborne in 2109.
The last airborne here, yep.
He'll move on to the objective.
Cool.
And the one in 2009 will move on to the objective.
2009.
No, sorry. The
2209.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, actually, we want him one over that. He'll and then into the open ground on the grass field. And then the engineers will join the objective. And will take one of the airborne in the large field assault, and he'll move up through the up into contact with the 88.
All right, here we go. Does the other one join him?
The other one will join him. Yeah.
All right, now we're gonna take opportunity fire because it's that or get close assaulted. Okay, we'll finish up that in just a second. Any movement over here on the east bank?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll take the two airbornes and then move into 2105. They can't assault across the water, but they sure can shoot.
They got Brownings, BARs. They'll put a lot of tracers over that little canal there.
And the other machine gun the machine gun on the outcrop will join the machine gun in 2206.
All right. And the tanks are.
The tanks are holding steady for the time being.
Okay. All right, let me catch up on Mr. Chad here. Cool. So, Jen says, you did it, I think, a little later, but pictures of you in the water. Yeah, so we were there at Normandy for the exact time. God damn this camera. We were there for the exact time on the beach. Also, it was very cloudy. So, like, it was absolutely perfect. It was, like, exactly like it was on the day. Just the tide wasn't exactly right. There was barely any water there at all. Like, the surf was rolling right up against the seawall. So, but we did go back later in the day when the tide was more correct, but now it was sunny out later in the day, and the clouds had kind of burned off. So, yeah, we kind of went back there twice, so that was cool. Oh, so Jen's asking about Humpty. Ben, you don't have to actually name him that. We just thought it was funny. Ben got a little guy, and what was he? Oh, he's a humpback whale, like a little toy humpback whale. Like, what do I name him? So I said, oh, let's name him Humpty after Humpty from the Humpty Dance from the 90s, because, yes, I'm that old. John says, trust the setup, the map, and force mix. Yeah, the scenario was wonderful. Well, I make up these scenarios, so I'm always a little leery on... after 30 years, I can pretty much balance a Panzer Leader scenario by eye, but... I was still a little nervous about it because we are trying out 2 new rules here. But so far, it seems to be going well. Ben Johnson says, Sherman 105s. Yeah, the Angel of Death. I don't know if that's the official nickname for him, but that's sure as hell what we call him. John Flanner says, so cool. Do you make files of the maps available so old guys can make printed maps? I can make the file available. It's available in Facebook. I can go ahead and put it in our Discord. There is an auto-accept invitation link to our Discord in the description of this video. And then after this live stream wraps up, I can go ahead and put this map file at full resolution in that Discord, and then you guys can download it from there. But honestly, you're on your own as far as formatting it for how you want to print it out. I'm not going to reformat it so that it prints out on 8.5 by 11 paper or anything like that. You guys can either print it out on multiple sheets of paper or take it to a print shop and print it out, and then it's just going to depend on how big you want your hexes to be. I like really big hexes, bigger even than Panzerleader hexes, because it's easier to have these big stacks in there. Like, you can't stack counters like this on a Panzerleader map. The hexes aren't physically not large enough on the actual printed boards. But the file itself, certainly. God knows I've downloaded plenty of free stuff from sites like Imaginative Strategist and Greg'sPanzerblitz.com. So there's plenty of times I have benefited free from the Panzerleader community. I can definitely, it's already on some Facebook groups, and I can also add it to our Discord. So no worries there. The greatest violation of split move and fire. Bandit Brothers. The Jagdpanther fires around a corner, immediately fires and splits open either a Cromwell or a Sherman. Yeah, the issue there, Ben, I hear what you're saying, but that is a single Jagdpanther. It's not a platoon. So we have to kind of remember this is a platoon-based game. For one tank to do something and a platoon of tanks to do something are two very different things. I kind of give him a pass on that one. It's still lurching on its suspension, and the gunner has a perfect firing solution. Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, the shot. Yeah, well, no one said that Bandit Brothers was terribly historically accurate, especially that episode.
I think you actually said the direct opposite.
I said the direct opposite when? Oh,
about it not being terribly accurate.
It's better than most, but the only I don't want to crap all over Bandit Brothers. It's better than most. I would definitely take Bandit Brothers over Rat Patrol, for God's sake, or something like that, or friggin' Hogan's Heroes. But it's just that it got put up on this pedestal as like the most historically accurate thing since ever, since the war itself, and it just isn't true. Especially in that episode, the Carentan episode, the guy Bly gets shot through the neck and dies of his wounds supposedly. I think he retires as lieutenant colonel in 1969. So whoopsie. Yeah, that game, that show's got a lot of problems. He definitely did not die of his wounds. In fact, the guy himself wrote to Stephen Ambrose and said, "You've got me dying in this battle. That's a hell of a thing, because here it is in the mid-90s. I'm still here. I'm in my late 80s by this point, but what the fuck, man? His family got all involved. People are constantly suing that guy. He's passed on now, so I don't want to talk too much trash about the dead, but people are constantly suing his estate and his publishers.
The rumors of my death might be overstated.
Yeah, exactly. I'm still here. It was either him or his family got in touch with him, and he had to publish all these retractions. But by then, the first edition books were already in the hands of Playtone Entertainment, and they were just writing the screenplay right out of the book. And hence, Bandit Brothers is riddled with all kinds of mistakes. And I wouldn't really mind, because, who cares about some of this stuff? Some of it's really nitpicky, but these are real guys. If these were all fictional characters, I wouldn't care. But Lieutenant Dietz, what's his name? Am I getting his name right? That's not Dietz. Who's the guy who leads the attack on Foy, and supposedly breaks down at a catatonic state and has to get relieved by Spears? Didn't happen. Remember, but, didn't happen. He was wounded and had to get relieved by Lieutenant Spears. He did not break down in this, babbling, catatonic shock. Somehow they missed the fact that he was wounded. So, I mean, little shit like that, it pisses me off.
Almost as if the veterans that he talked to had voted to pick.
Yeah, it was, because what happens is whoever, this didn't so happen so much with Band of Brothers, but it happened with what Band of Brothers was completely based on, the Stephen Ambrose book. Band of Brothers was if you were cooperating with, it wasn't even Stephen Ambrose. Stephen Ambrose by that point had like a little company of like staff writers. So a lot of Steve Ambrose's books he didn't even write. That's how a lot of the plagiarism got in there. Because like these guys were, like some of his staff writers were just throwing in shit that they took from other books. But on top of that, like nobody checked like what these people were saying. And if you were cooperating with Stephen Ambrose or his group, you got a good write-up in the book. And a lot of these guys had some shitty things to say about other people in the unit, and whether they were lying or whether they just didn't remember right, or because I mean, let's face it, these guys were all in their 80s by that point, and this happened 60 years ago at the time. They didn't remember 100%. Daniel Spears is another one, who chose not to participate. Stephen Ambrose and his crew reached out to Daniel Spears, said, hey, we're writing this book, we want you to participate. He's like, no, I'm not interested. And thus you have Daniel Spears executing German prisoners, which may or may not have happened. I mean, who knows? So, yeah, there's a lot of that. Like the guy who is wounded in Holland and doesn't come back until episode 9, he winds up dying after the show, that which unfortunately did happen. He became an expert on sharks. Yeah, but that whole like implied whiff of cowardice that was, waved at him is bullshit. It wasn't true. But some of the guys said it, and because he wasn't there to defend himself, his version of the story didn't get in. Nobody checked the references. Nobody checked their sources. And now it's out there. And now his family is suing Playtone Entertainment and Band of Brothers, or I should say Stephen Ambrose. And now Stephen Ambrose's estate and his publishers, because Stephen Ambrose himself has passed on. Anyway, long-winded tirade there. Didn't mean to go off on a tangent. Where the hell were we?
You were doing some
Get ready for opportunity fire. Okay, yeah. Now I have no choice. Now he's forced my hand. Okay, so 15 is going to go in. Believe it or not, that does have, because it's not an A-star weapon. Although I always mean to put that on there, but I didn't put it on there. So we'll call that 8. We'll call this 4. This doubles to 10. And AA doubles to 8. So that's going to be 8. 18. 22 plus 8 is 30.
So how do you want to split that?
Yeah, I'm trying to get jiggy with it as far as how I split it up. That's going to be 4, and it's going to be no matter what I do, it's going to be what did I wind up at? It's going to be 1-to-1. But if
30.
30 to 16. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll fire these two at one of them at 2-to-1, and then these two will fire at the other one at 1-to-1. I can't get 2-to-1 on the whole stack, but I can at least get 2-to-1. That's going to be 8, and 10 more make 18. That's going to give me 2-to-1 against 1. And then these two are going to fire 8 plus 4 is 12. That's going to be a 1-to-1 on that. All right, point blank in the open. Let me make sure my stupid camera doesn't fall down for like a third time. All right. 2-to-1. Damn it, I just missed. And now the 1-to-1. Just missed that one too. So I dispersed them both. And both those stacks have open fire. He can't move, so he might as well fire, as pointless as this is going to be. It's 1-to-1. 8 has to divide because it's only an A weapon versus 4, so it's going to be 4-to-4, 1-to-1. Let me kill somebody, please. Hell no, that's not even dispersed. Alright, let me, we're on opportunity fire, so I'm not rallying anybody
No, I got a few cat attacks before you'll be allowed to rally anybody.
Yeah. So I don't even know why. Oh, to break up cat attacks. That's why I'm even doing opportunity fire. Okay, cool. All right, so now we go to your cat attacks. All right, so the first one is he fired, so he can't cat attack. But down here you've got a big one for sure.
Yeah, and they will all cat attack.
Yeah, so John Pierman, I'm probably being a little harsh on Stephen Ambrose, but he's definitely dropped down a couple notches in recent decades. At least 5 cases of documented plagiarism, and multiple families have taken him to court over, I won't say lies, I'll be nice, I'll say mistakes. They were probably lies told by the veterans. I know it's shitty to shit on veterans, but as a wartime veteran myself, a veteran doesn't know what the fuck was going on. Your world is the 5 inches between the bottom of your helmet and the top of your foxhole. To sit there and say that you really knew what was going on is a whole thing. There's a really great YouTube channel. I'll go ahead and, I'm subscribed to him. I'll give a free shout out, even though he's 10 times bigger than me. World War Truth is a YouTube channel almost entirely based on Band of Brothers and Saving Private Ryan. What was real and what wasn't. He does a little bit on the Pacific, but the Pacific they did a much better job with. The Pacific is much more real. It's not 100% accurate. There's like tiny things, but nothing personal, nothing shitty, nothing in the Pacific. The Pacific they did a better job, but Band of Brothers not so much, and Saving Private Ryan definitely not. Oh my God, Saving Private Ryan. This was not Steve Ambrose's fault. This is the movie. The movie put Tom Hanks in charge of what? It's clearly Charlie Battalion's 2nd Rangers. I'm sorry, Charlie Company's 2nd Ranger Battalion. There's no other person he can be. Because, they even say later on in the movie, all the survivors are getting folded into Baker. So that's clearly that he's not in Baker Company. And on top of that, Charlie Company was the only Ranger Battalion of the only Ranger Company of 2nd Rangers to land with 1st Battalion of 116th Regimental Combat Team, 29th Infantry Division. So Tom Hanks and his fictional character John Miller basically pushes aside the real Captain Goranson, who really commanded. That's borderline stolen valor. You basically just deleted somebody from the historical record to make room for your bullshit historical, your fictional character. And I understand that fictional characters make their way into historical shows. In fact, I kind of prefer it that way. You avoid a lot of these more personal problems. But like the example I use, like why this particular version pisses me off, this particular example pisses me off. The example I use, everybody's seen the movie Titanic. Jack and Rose in Titanic are obviously fictional characters. They talk to a few historical people. They talk to Unsinkable Molly Brown. They talk to the Andrews, the ship's architect, but they don't replace any historical people. That's fine. But if they had made their fictional character, if Jack Dawson had been the captain of the Titanic, there's only one person that could have been, and you've just pushed the real person out of the way. That's why I say that opening scene in Band of Brothers is borderline stolen valor. They pushed a real American hero out of the way to make room for Tom Hanks. And then they had Tom Hanks do things that even Goranson didn't do. They did not clear the Dog 1 exit. They did not take that Beaters 10 Nestor bunker. None of that happened. That was all a completely different unit in the 29th Infantry. That was mostly Brigadier General Cota. The real Charlie Company of 2nd Rangers went further to the west, and they started heading down closer towards Carentan. They were supposed to hook up with the guys that were landing simultaneously, the rest of 2nd Ranger Battalion that was landing at Point 2 Hope, along with the 2 other companies of 2nd Rangers that landed behind Charlie Company. So it's completely screwed up. Yeah, that's why, once you get past the Normandy landings, for Saving Private Ryan, you might as well be watching Lord of the Rings. It's complete fucking fantasy after that. The SS, this is why a lot of British people got pissed off with that show. They're up against 2nd SS Panzer Division for the rest of the movie. 2nd SS Panzer Division was nowhere near the American sector. They were fighting the British and Canadians up around Caen. And, you took one of the toughest units the Germans had in the area, and you took them away from the British, and you gave them to the Americans as opponents. That's not right. Not to mention the P-51 Mustangs, because Steven Spielberg had a model of a P-51 when he was 12, and now every fucking movie has to have a P-51. Matt Damon says, "Tank busters, sir, take P-51s." I think you mean P-47s, or the tank busters, but nobody wants to put a P-47 in a movie. Anyway, huge rant. So sorry. Guys, stop triggering me about this stuff, because I'll go off for 20 minutes, and the stream will end up being way too long, and I'm boring Rasmus, so sorry.
All right. No worries.
Let's get done. Let's get back to killing Germans here. All right. So we've got this close assault down here, where we've got 2 plus 2. These guys can do it because they're
plus 2 on top.
Oh yeah, I forgot about him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 plus 12 is 21. All right, so that's 21 versus 11. It's still, oh my God, are you serious?
2 to 1.
I don't think so. 2 plus 2 plus 2 is 6.
Yeah, but 2 to 1 once you add the engineer.
6, 7, 8, 9 plus 12. 9 plus 12
1 to 1
is 21. Against,
so it's 1 to 1.
It's 11 to 1. It's 11 to 12. It's the world's worst 1 to 1 in the history of math.
Yep.
11 to 21. Oh
yep.
my God. You know what?
Lots of moves for the engineer, so it'll be rolled at the 2 to 1.
It goes to 2 to 1 anyway because you've got multiple engineer bonuses in there. So it's 2 to 1. Subtract 1 from the die roll. Oh, there you go. You didn't even need a cheese. You totally do it. He's hella smoked, and legally. Boom! And that is a German wreck counter. I already had one somewhere. Yeah, this is why I don't really do movie reviews. People ask me a lot of times to do movie reviews, and I'm like, you want like a 2-hour video where I literally just shit on a movie that a lot of other people like, and now I'm kind of ruining it for them. What they used to try to get me to do was The Patriot by Mel Gibson. And I'm like, yeah, no. Then my friend Dylan, or LSR 2590, did The Patriot for me. And he about had veins pop out of his head trying to review that movie. So thanks very much, Dylan, for taking that bullet for me. All right, so that's 1 hard kill, 1 soft kill in that hex. Is anyone occupying that hex?
Yeah, we'll move the engineers and machine gun straight up into it.
I don't think they were in that hex to begin with.
Oh no, yeah, we'll move the airborne in.
All right. 2 of the airborne units can go in there because you do have a wreck counter, taking up 1 stacking point. Those half-tracks did count as an armored unit.
Actually, don't put them in. Just leave it as is.
Okay, no worries.
I
the
think
British rifles, or
can move the British rifles in. Yeah.
Yeah, these 2 I think were already there, so we'll just move them in instead.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, that's it for cat attacks on that side of the board. Oh my lord! All right, here we go.
So
what are we up to? Knight's Cross with oak leaves so far. All right, let's see if they get swords.
If a full battalion won't do it, we'll throw in some more guys.
Oh my god. Those guys can't, believe it or not, because they're all machine guns. But those guys can.
Yep. So.
Again, Ben will be able to back me up on this. Machine guns cannot participate in a cat attack unless they are stacked with friendly infantry. So, we got 12, yep. We got 12, we got 36, 40, 43 versus 16. It's still 2 to 1. Did you want to? There's really nothing else for them to go to. So yeah, it's still.
But it becomes 3-1.
Becomes 3-1, and one of those rifles is a lot more vulnerable than the others. So one of them's dispersed.
Yep. So here we go. A 4.
Okay, a 4 becomes a 3 on the 3-1. Finally, they did not get the swords to their oak leaves and their knight's cross. That barely did it, because that 4 gets read as a 3, and we were on the 3-1 column, right? Yes.
Yep.
So that does kill both of them. Good
and
God.
The airborne that were just south of them will move up into it.
That battle has been going on for the better part of 40 minutes in real time. In our time, it's been going on for like 2 hours.
Yep. At long last.
But again, I keep talking about World War II movies, so. Cool. That was starting to get embarrassing. They're definitely smoked. Alright, cool. I don't know if there's any other cat attacks happening.
There's no other cat attacks. I know you stopped the other one.
Yeah, we broke it up with some fire, but now these guys are spotted. This hex, that hex. These hexes are spotted.
Yep.
Not spotted.
And
is spotted. Yeah, so cool. Alright, so that takes care of that. We'll now begin German turn 5. Okay, let me set up my artillery. Alright, artillery for next turn is called in. Artillery for this turn. Guess what happened again? Same thing that happened last time. I called in artillery on a hex where I did have units, and now I don't. Or I should say spotted by units that are no longer in existence. So my artillery was landing on 1810. My pioneers are dispersed, so they can't call it in, and my 2 rifle platoons are destroyed. They can't call it in. So I no longer have eyes on the target hex. Double checking that, yes, because there's that orange single street, that double lane boulevard all has trees running down them, so I don't have any line of sight. Once again, subject to the scatter roll. One of these times my artillery is actually going to hit a friggin' target. And today's that day. Alright, despite that, the artillery lands where it's supposed to. That is going to give me, what is it, 13 points? For a 10.5? Yeah, 13 points. That is going to land on 3 hexes.
What kind of buildings?
I think they're wooden.
I think they wouldn't, but
I will check.
Either
way, I can't kill them. Yeah, they're wood. Alright, so it is 3 1-to-1s, but again, I have to add 1 to the die roll, so even if I roll a 1, it becomes a 2. I can't kill them, but maybe I can disperse some guys. Okay, we're looking for 1 to 3 to disperse on these guys. 2 of them are dispersed, 1 of them is not. That'll slow things down a little bit. Okay, that concludes German artillery. German direct fire. My wagons don't do anything because they're like, oh shit, man. This guy tries to rally. My 7.5 centimeter battery rallies with a 5 barely. He's getting weary. I hear the British have really good food. Maybe if we surrender. You know what they rallied for? Everyone's tearing the SS off their uniforms. No, we're just Luftwaffe flag troops. You're firing 7.5 centimeter infantry guns. Yeah, we've been really desperate.
It's an anti-air gun.
Yeah, with a 7.5 millimeter infantry gun. We're really desperate. We're just gonna lob a shell up there. Maybe it'll hit something. Okay, so the stream, to catch up on the stream chat, Jen says, see that beneath Jim's feet? That's the soapbox. Oh, come on now. Don't fuck with the history. Jen also says, too late. I'm not sure what too late means. What that was oh, because don't trigger me. Yeah, right. Ben says, most prolific use of rec counters. Early Barbarossa Russian players' only recourse was to jam intersections and with a stack of T-26s and BT-7s. Only way to slow down the German player sometimes. But again, once you move to the Arabist Warrior War rules, you are no longer able to completely choke off a hex with rec counters. But you could still slow them down by stacking up 3 rec counters in a hex. Which kind of the Germans would sort out for you anyway, because Russian tanks, man, and command rules in those early 41 scenarios are really bad. Okay, so nothing else is happening over here. This whole comp group is down to like 2 units.
And the commander.
Oh yeah, right. He's hiding over here. This Kubelwagen. Okay, well, before I do that, yeah, hey, guess what? My Panzerschrecks are going to do something here. Panzerschrecks are going to fire point blank into an American half-track section. The problem is they're both in concrete buildings, so I have to add 5 for that. So my 5 does double because I'm point blank range to 10. I can shoot at 11 or I can shoot at 8. I will shoot at 8 and try and disperse someone. So 10 to 8 is 1 to 1, add 1 to the die roll. I can't kill. I can only disperse. With the 3 becomes a 4, I do disperse. Boom. Just to kind of wrap things up over here for the British. The Kubelwagen headquarters unit does fall back. Panzerschrecks just fired. Alright, that's it for these 2 comp group. Over here to this comp group. Already op fired. Not gonna fire, already op fired. Let me try to rally these engineers. Yeah, German turns are depressingly quick. Rally those engineers. With a 6, he fails. Oh, the Germans are finally cracking.
Ooh.
Here in the southern part, they're finally starting to cave in a little bit. Oh no.
That's a big one.
Yeah. That's the rest of that line caved in. The first was here, the second was here, and now that those pioneers on the flank are going to go. Oh no.
Yep.
Alright, that's going to wrap me up for turn 5. 3/4 through the game. Turn 6. Alright, we start off with British artillery fire. So go ahead and call, I'll zoom out so you can see the whole map.
Yep.
Alright, then I'll clean up the map a little bit while you call on your new artillery. And then, whenever you're ready, just tell me where this turn's artillery wind up landing.
It ends up on the pioneers again.
Alright, cool. It's still landing on the pioneers. So that is going to be 12. Down here, everybody. 12 plus 10 plus 2 American mortars. 3 and 3. Can the other mortars reach yet? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I don't want to shoot. I don't want to shoot.
You don't want to shoot? Okay, cool. So that's still 28 versus 10 versus 15. Actually, that's the world's worst world's worst 1-to-1. Again, I add 5 to my defense because I'm in concrete buildings. However, don't add anything to the die roll. You add 1 from my building, subtract 1 from being dispersed. A double D will kill him. So 1-to-1, no modifiers.
Here we go.
That kills him. Because that counts as a double D. No, not that kind of double D. This is my second favorite kind of double D.
Not the fun kind.
This is almost as fun. Not quite as fun as the real double Ds. But at 1-to-1, you roll a 3. You see there, double D. What that means is he is double dispersed or special dispersal. For people in the chat and who may not be familiar with Panzer Leader, basically it's easier to kill it's easier to kill units that are damaged or pinned down or dispersed. And that's what's happened here. So he's smoked. Get him out of the way. Put in a smoke marker. Damn it. That's it for him. Alright, that concludes Allied artillery phase. We then go to Allied direct fire phase.
Yeah, that's where the other monsters come in.
Okay, cool. Oh yeah, I see what you're doing. Okay, so there's going to be some mortars in the direct fire role, which per Arab-Israeli wars, weapons selected to this chart do double when used in a direct fire role. So this 3 is going to actually count for 6. Okay, and what else are you putting in there?
Anything that I can see that hex aside from the rifle.
He really wants that. He really wants that train station. He's got a train to catch.
It's an objective.
It's
yep.
All right, so I'll start here and just go counterclockwise. So that is going to be 2 for the half track, 2 for the infantry, 6 for the mortar.
Infantry is not
okay. Gotcha.
Anything but the infantry.
Gotcha.
So
2 for that first M3 half track section. Mortar battery goes in for 6. Bren carrier goes in there for 2. Headquarters section goes in there for 2. He's literally firing his Webley pistol at them. Then we got tanks, 20 points worth of Shermans, and 3 points worth of Stuarts. Do we want to throw in these Shermans as well?
Oh yes.
Okay, that's another 20. He really wants that train station. All right, so that is so far 55 versus 7 divided by 7. So that's as high as the chart goes. So we're at 7-1. You have to add 1 to the die roll. Are you committing to this?
I'm committing to this.
All right, it's smoked. Because even if you roll a natural 6, a 7 does kill on the 7-1 column. I'm sorry, a 6 does kill on the 7-1 column.
And I rolled a 5, so.
Well, 5 becomes a 6. Yeah, you killed him. Finally, these SS units are tough on defense, man. They don't give up.
But we now have that.
Yep. All right, so I think that's probably not it for direct fire.
That's not it, but
any other British direct fire?
We got 2 tanks that are shooting at the
truck.
Yeah.
So we got 20 points versus 6. This is 3-1. Add 1 to the die roll.
3.
That's a 3. That does smoke them.
Stop blocking my way with
And that will officially decommission Kampfgruppe Henke. You did your best. I'm not going to even count the stupid... he's now literally the headquarters unit, and that's it. So guess what? He's been decommissioned. He's out of there. Technically, there's 1 unit left of him that's command post. Who cares? Cool. He's now... the colonel is the only guy left in the unit. Colonel, his radio men, his staff, and his girlfriend. That's it. His little mistress. His little Dutch collaborator girlfriend. That's all he's got left in his little unit there.
And then we got some direct fire over on the American side.
Oh no!
Because we got a bunch of we want to. Can the tanks see the objective hex? I would say so.
Tanks see the objective hex.
Yeah.
Yes, because that's a level 2. And the hex in front of them is open. Yes. So this is like shooting from one tabletop to another. They cannot see the 88s, but they can see these guys because they're on a higher elevation. Now these guys will have, because they are greater than half. They're in greater than half range.
Yes.
So it's going to be 3 5s plus anything else you want to shoot at them.
Plus the stack of machine guns.
The stack or the other stack?
The other stack.
They can't see it. These guys.
The other stack.
All right, so it's 3 5s is 15 from this direction.
Yep.
Just for people who are watching, and then these 3 6s from the south, and a little bit of a crossfire. That's going to give a total of 15 plus 6 is 21. How much do you want to engage? Remember, you have to add 5 for concrete buildings.
Yep. And we might as well take the machine gun on the objective I set on as well. It'll add 1, I think, at that range.
Yes.
So we are up to...
that gets us to 8 plus 15 is 23. Yeah, notice the airborne guys do not have that asterisk. They're mostly submachine guns and rifles.
We'll just shoot at the flak.
All right, cool. So that will be 6 points on defense. That 1, you add 5 to it for concrete buildings. So that's actually going to be 23 divided by 6. That is a sloppy 3 to 1.
Actually, the top unit, the 3.1, that'll be an 8.
Okay, so we're going to engage this one instead.
Yeah, that'll be an 8. So
that's actually a little more legal because that unit, this unit is they call it armored, but it only has 1 defense. It's a half track, but yeah, this would actually make more sense. So cool. That is going to be still 2 to 1, but it's a juicier target. Cool.
3.
So we were on the 2 to 1 row, right?
No,
we were on the 3 to 1 row. No, it was 2 to 1. 3 plus 5 is 8, and you had a total of 23 points. That is an ugly 2 to 1.
Well, actually, I could throw in that airborne in the park.
Okay, now it's 3 to 1. We're going to go ahead and
get it up to the 3 to 1. Yeah.
3 to 1. It doesn't matter because the 3 becomes a 4 anyway, so it's still dispersed. But at least now you had a better chance.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
At least now it looks like I did something right.
There you go. But that is that's a 5 centimeter. Which, by the way, if you go to that Volkov quick thing, maybe if Limburger's still in the chat, maybe he can back me up on this. If you go to that Volkov castle, or the remains of it, it's not really standing there anymore. But if you go to that Volkov memorial, there is a German 5 centimeter gun still there. They have a little fence built around it, and it's like a little memorial. So we have photographic evidence that those guns were there. All right, so that takes care of that. Are the 2 airborne platoons and the machine guns going to fire on the 88s?
Yes.
All right, so we got a grand total of 6 and 6 is 12 versus 6 is 2 to 1.
I won.
A 1. They killed them with a small arms fire. So 1 becomes a 2 on the 2 to 1 table, even with the bonus for their
building.
For the buildings, that does destroy them. So what they basically did was they just machine gunned the crew, and now they're now there's no crew there. Sweet.
Or machine gunned enough of the crew that they'll stay away.
The rest of them ran away.
Yeah.
Then someone put a rifle grenade into a stack of ammunition, like we see at the oh god, what's that movie? When Trumpets Fade, the flamethrower hits the 88 ammunition pile. The whole mountain blows up like a friggin' volcano.
And
alright, so Ben says in the chat, gosh, yes, half the Russians couldn't even move in a German turn, or even in a given turn. Yeah, they had some really nasty activation special rules to account for their bad command and control. This would break up companies into platoons, which is a death knell for Russian tank companies anyway, because Russian tanks are not allowed to deploy by platoons. They have to stay in companies. So yeah, it was rough. But that's what happened in 41. Even when the Germans faced strong Soviet armored counterattacks, just the fact of them crossing the field, even before the Germans opened fire, the Russian attack would be falling apart due to mechanical breakdowns and due to bad command. So yeah, when Barbarossa starts, the Soviets technically have more tanks than the rest of planet Earth combined. 22,000 tanks in their fleet. The Germans went in there with 3,000 tanks. And by the end of the first 2 weeks, the Germans had those Russian tanks down to about 1,000. It's an absolute holocaust of tanks in there.
They now had the most tank wrecks ever.
Yeah. So he wasn't kidding around before. It was like sometimes Russian red counters are the only thing saving you. There's that much just burnt out metal in the way. The Germans are having a tough time finding it through, especially if it's on a road or a bridge or something like that. Okay, so that wraps up, I think, direct fire. We go to we go to Allied movement.
Yeah. So let's have a look at what our British friends are doing.
Oh, first let's try to rally some Stuarts and half-tracks.
Yep. So Stuart.
Yes.
Three.
Grenadier Guards. They're an elite unit.
The half-track. 6.
Does not.
No.
They haven't had their. They haven't had their tea.
Yep. The
Panzer Schreck
were a bit too much.
The Panzer Schrecks have Schrecked them. Schreck literally means terror, I think, in German. Yep. They have Schrecked the British. All right, now for these airborne guys under German artillery fire.
A 5
yes.
And a 3.
Yeah, they both rally. That's the 82nd. You can't slow down the 82nd.
And the crazy guys that ran into the park.
Yep.
A 1 and a 1.
They're like literally pissed off. They're like, are you goddamn kidding me? I'm actually wounded now. This is a brand new uniform. I got blood on it now. I wore a brand new uniform for this jump. Now he's pissed. He's going to get a -1 on his attacks the rest of the game. Just kidding. All right. British movement.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll take it. You got to be careful when you say when Rasmus is on the stream. Engineer, he remembers everything.
So, let's see. We'll start by sending the rifle platoon that didn't shoot in and take that train station.
Yay! There you go.
The other rifle platoon will move up into the block. Can they get into the block or?
No. So how it works for blocks is you move adjacent to it, and then the next turn you can move onto the block and stop, and then after that you can move normally.
Yeah. So
engineers can also blow blocks if they take a turn and make a certain roll.
So we're good in that respect. The 2 Shermans, or they can move, will move up the road into contact with both CPs.
Gotcha.
The stack with the next to the train station.
Yep.
We'll move up next to the block.
They can move half, but yeah, it's going to be more than enough to move next to the block. We might have to dust off those demolition rules after all. Send 2 back. There we go. Get the smoke out of the way.
The 2 Shermans were on the red counter.
Yep.
Will move up on top of the dispersed half-track.
Gotcha. Just so we don't forget on this half-track back here.
That half-track will go down and join the 2 half-tracks up against the Panzer Schreck. And then the rifles behind them, and the rifles, those will all go into the objective.
Alrighty. Technically speaking, you have now matched the historical conditions. So I think the Allies cleared out the rest of this later that night. Because the highway bridge wasn't taken, but tanks did move onto the highway bridge. They either took it later that night or on the morning of the 20th. So Cool. All right.
And that should put enough fun on the Panzerschrecks that.
Well, the Panzerschrecks are probably going to get killed in a close assault. But if they don't, they're going to take one more poke at some dispersed half-tracks, but we'll see what happens. That's if they survive the close assault.
The engineer and the machine gun will move down and up into contact with the security. And then, let's see, then we got that Brent carrier, we got a half-track. They will move down and around and up into contact with the security.
In the next sex over, like that? Something like that?
Okay. Yeah. And the same thing with the half-track in the back.
He didn't fire, right? Earlier?
No. He couldn't see the...
Right. Okay. I just want to make sure he had his full movement right. Because he is moving through a wood sex. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, he would have made it anyway. Okay, no worries.
And hopefully I won't need to do anything with them. But just in case.
How about that Brent carrier and the 6-pounder? He's hungry for more mule meat.
The Brent carrier and the 6-pounder, yeah.
Alright, so he loads up.
And then we'll move them up into 1709.
Yeah, the British and the Americans are really getting intermingled now. John Pierman says, I'll catch the rest later, Jim and Rasmus. Thanks for a wonderful presentation and evening. My lovely bride is signaling that dinner is ready in a few minutes. Gotta go. Thanks again. Dude, nobody ever misses dinner for Panzerleader except me, but that's okay. Yeah, so Rasmus basically has the game at a favorable draw now. He's got to take one more hex and he's got a 1. So I think the most exciting thing that's going to happen is we're going to see if he can make a rush across the bridge.
It's me trying to go across the bridge at some point, yeah.
Right. We're going to see if we blow up the railroad bridge and sink about 15 Allied tanks. That might be the only kills I get in this game, is by blowing up a bridge with a company of British tanks on it. But we'll see what happens. But thanks very much for coming out.
Yeah. Thank you. And so over to the
main American force over here.
Yeah. Under the below the objective, I can't see the number, but there's a stack of 3 below the objective. I already taken over the American flag.
Right. That's these 3 here you're talking about.
Yeah. Right. Those 3 will move up into contact. So 2 north. Yeah.
Like so? Okay, cool.
The stack they passed through.
Yep.
Will move to north, straight north. And the engineer unit will move 2 straight north.
Okay, when the engineer unit is here, we're going to take our opportunity fire. So that is going to be, I think that op fire is from last turn, but we're going to put a new one.
Yeah.
So that's going to be 4 points there, plus 10 plus 8, 18 plus 4 is 22. That's a crappy 3-1, but I'll take it. On the engineers.
Yeah, could you just shoot the one in between as well?
The one in between as well. No, I'm not firing him.
Okay,
I could, but I'm not. He's got other orders. Although it might be too late for him too. But he's in a concrete building, so he'll do what he can. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. If I add those 2 in there, he's probably facing cat attack. You know what? I don't know if he's facing cat attack right now or not. Either way, he can use split move and fire. Yeah, I will put him in there. So that gives me a 3-1. Right? That's going to be 4, 6, 14, 24. Yeah, it gives me 4-1 against the engineer section. Yeah, I killed him with a 5 because he's in the open. Oh, actually, no, I don't. First of all, let me show my camera. 5. No, he actually survives that. Son of a bitch.
But he's the first. And then we'll take the
Damn it.
Airborne that were in the same one, and we'll send him 2 up.
1.
And not that one. He's shot.
Okay. So this
but,
one.
Yeah, he moves 2 north. We'll build another stack of 3 airborne.
Mm-hmm.
Because I like those stacks of 3 airborne.
Yeah, that's some of the best infantry you'll see. The only infantry that's tougher than them, Bill's going to kill me for this later, but I specify late war U.S. Marines. So 1945 Marines get a 5-10. 5 in defense, 5 in attack, 10 in defense. Now before that, like in 44 and 43, they're down to like a 3-7. And then in 42, they're the same as regular U.S. Army platoons, which is like a 2-6. That's Guadalcanal, when basically Marine units were basically the same as Army. A little bit bigger as far as their squad size and their platoon size, but they were still using like Springfields and M1917s. So, yeah, not like maybe a 2-8 as far as their attack and defense value. Good call on timing. The Bills don't play till Monday night. Awesome, Ben.
And let's see, in the stack there, I think 2 of them rallied. So that's 1 airborne that got hit by the artillery that didn't get suppressed.
Right. So 2 of them have rallied. We're talking about this X right here.
No,
this X down here. Yeah, hit by my artillery. All right, cool. So yeah, one of them is moving.
Yeah, and he'll move 2 along the orange ring.
Oh, okay, this way.
Yeah.
He's going Kubelwagen hunting.
Oh yeah.
Kubelwagen springen. All right, cool.
And I think that's it.
Awesome, cool. So then we will now go to close assaults, which I am sure there is many. Let's start down here. I'm assuming you're cat-attacking these Panzerschrecks somewhere?
Yes.
All right, so it's going to be, I'm assuming, these 3 rifle sections?
Yep.
Platoons? All right, 6-4, that is 2-1. Subtract 1 from the die roll.
Oh yeah,
Subtract 2, add 1.
2.
All right, so that was a 2. That becomes a 1 on the 2-1 column. They're out of there. No worries. Yeah, once with a defense this brittle, once the Germans crack, they really start to come apart quickly.
Oh yeah, well, once those corner units are gone, then we'll send the airborne in against the security.
Okay, so that is going to be all 4 of them, 16 versus 9.
Yeah, and
yeah, these guys as well.
We'll throw those guys in as well. Yep.
Because that is 12, that is 3, that is 4 more. That's going to be 12, 13, 14, 15, 19 versus 5 plus 5 is 10.
So 1-1.
Still 1-1. 1, 2, 3, 12, 13, 14, 15, 19. Yeah, 19. But it's airborne, so it goes up to 2-1 anyway. Subtract 1 from the die roll.
A 4.
A 4 on 2-1 is dispersed.
Well, I rolled a 5, so yeah, 4.
Yeah, it becomes a 4. 4 on the 2-1 column is a dispersal. Thank you, concrete buildings.
Oh yeah, how we love them.
I do. I know you don't.
They're
the only things keeping me in this game so far.
Not in this game.
Yep.
So let's go for farther north and that lone gun.
Okay, so what are we throwing against them? These three? That's all you... Well, it depends. Do you want to throw just these three?
Just those three.
All right, cool. That is going to be 12 versus 3
8.
plus 5 is 8. So it's 1 to 1. Subtract 1 from the die roll.
Yeah, on the 2-to-1.
Oh, that you're correct, because of engineer bonus. Correct. 2 to 1, subtract 1 from the die roll.
So
That
it
is a
becomes
kill.
1.
It's a good thing you caught by mistake, otherwise they would have unjustly
Yes.
survived. All right, put him over here in the temporary boneyard.
And yeah, then everything else will go in against that objective.
Okay, so then we have 24 versus... Oh boy, 24 versus 8 plus 5 is 13. Oh my god, with these breakouts. I'm getting so lucky on the division. Let me make sure I got that right.
Yeah.
5 plus 1 is
yeah,
6, 10, 13. Yeah, 24 versus 13. You always round in the favor of the defender in Panzerleader, guys. So that becomes a 1 to 1. Make that a 2 to 1 because of engineer bonus for airborne troops. 2 to 1, subtract 1 from the die roll.
And 1.
So that's 1 on 2 to 1. That whole stack is wrecked. Especially the dispersed 5 centimeters. Oh no! Yeah, now the Germans are really starting to crumble.
And the airborne in... yeah, that's not in contact will move up and take it.
Send to back. Alright, hold on. Only units that were in the cat attack, nobody can move in there. Only units that were in the cat attack and were already adjacent. Under the roll.
So nothing, yeah.
Sweet, I can move somebody in there and make you take that again. Just one more stupid turn. Oh my god. Alright.
And I think that's it for cat attacks. I don't think I can manage to do any more.
Alright, we already failed to rally that engineer section, right?
No, he moved up.
That was during your movement. Never mind.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So heading over to the German turn 6. First thing I will do is to move the turn sequence along a little bit because the stream's getting kind of long. Is call in some new artillery. Herp, schmerp, derp, derp, schmerp. New artillery. Okay, my new artillery is called in. Let me get my little camera ready here.
Can you cancel artillery once you've written it down? You can't, correct?
By the rules, no.
Okay. Yep.
If a friendly unit is now in the hex, you can roll the scatter diagram. And hopefully it scatters somewhere else. Alright, so my last turn's artillery is coming in on hex 2007. And, God damn it, I think it's happened again. It has happened friggin' again. No, it hasn't. I have eyes on that. Whew, I have eyes on that hex. The artillery's actually landing where it's supposed to. So, just to show people in the stream, these 88s can still see that hex. 88s and quad 20 millimeters. So you go from the reason I'm sure you guys already know this, but just in case anyone in the chat doesn't know this, the reason there's a dot in the center of every hex, you always measure line of sight from center dot to center dot, and it just now this urban hex is one level below both the target hex and the shooting hex, or the line of sight hex. So boom, he has got line of sight on that. He just barely clears the Volkov. And that is going to be line of sight on that hex. Because the way that Volkov hex works, anything to the west of that hex spine I can't see. So the 88s are just in range. Or just have line of sight. They're not going to fire, but they're the ones calling in the artillery mission. So cool. My batteries do land on target. That is going to be 3 1-to-1s. They're in the open, so I might actually kill somebody this turn. Let me turn on my dice tray so we get this on camera. Get my artillery mission out of there. Now that I've just shown my next artillery mission, god damn it, hopefully Marismus wasn't watching too closely. If not, that was my fault. You intercepted a radio transmission there. All right, we're looking for ones. Come on, give me at least 1-1. I don't get it, but all 3 of them are dispersed. That concludes German artillery. German direct fire is going to be depressingly... Do I have any units left? I have a Kubelwagen. I have an unarmed CP unit. Another unarmed CP unit. I've got a CP half-track. Oh my god.
That's a half shot.
That has already fired. He still gets split move and fire.
Yeah. Then you got the unarmed one on the highway bridge.
He's blocked by his own block. He's basically acting as a second block counter right now. This CP would rather fight Stuarts than Shermans, so he's gonna go that way. He's taking op fire. That other op fire counter, they've all been destroyed. That's it. I mean, I don't want to give away my turn 7. All right, you know what? Now I'm finally going to give away this position here. Because you've only got 2 artillery missions left. One of them you've already called in. That's going to land on turn 7. You've got one more that lands on turn 8, and who cares at that point? So these 88s and quad 20s are going to go ahead and reveal themselves. They're going to take direct fire into some of those airborne guys. So my 15 divides to make it 8. My 14 stays the way it is. So it's 22 points. I'm going to engage 2 of those guys at 1-to-1 odds. And hopefully score some -1 off the die roll. Show my dice tray. By the time you can drop artillery on them, the game will basically be over. Double 1s. Now I get 1s when I don't really need them. I killed on a 4, and now I get 1s. Finally, I've managed to kill some 82nd Airborne guys.
Those were the 2 crazy ones that ran off there to start with.
Hey, they got their bronze stars. Send to back. Cool. Alright, and these guys are now spotted. So they didn't take opportunity fire, but I will finally... They can't move anyway, they have no transport units. But just to keep the game straight, that will be... God, look at the German losses, man. They're basically tabled. Herb, schmerp.
Yeah, good thing we're not looking at kill points for this.
Oh, it wouldn't even be fair, yeah. For the Germans, this is a delaying action.
Yep.
Okay, that is going to wrap up the German turn. I've got nothing to rally, nothing else to move. Cool. Beginning turn 7. Home stretch, guys. Thanks for everybody who is still with us. We still have a pretty good. Audience here. Blair has joined us. Hello, Blair. What's going on? So first, Benny says, a good call on the timing. Although we already talked about that. The Bills don't play until Monday night. Ben also says, make it across the bridge. I don't want Robert Redford summoning destroyers to the vault. Well, what did you... They first take those stupid canvas collapsible boats out of the back of the British trucks. Everyone's looking at these boats like, what the hell are we supposed to do with these? Well, what did you expect? Destroyers? A destroyer would have been nice, just for gunfire support. Put some 5-inch shells into those German positions on the other bank. Alright, so we also have, Blair has joined us. Thanks very much, Blair, for joining us from the state of Maine. It's been a hell of a game so far. Overrun the Kubelwagen. Okay, well, the Kubelwagen is in a woods hex, so he can get the shit cat attacked out of him, but I don't think he's going to get overrun, but I know what you mean. Hey,
Or he
awesome.
could
Fred's still
try
here.
to run.
Fred is still here because it's a good stream. Thanks very much. And no one watches a Panzer game expecting a quick game. Yeah, and we even got the first 2.5 turns wrapped up, including setup before the game even started. But yeah, I kind of knew this one was going to be a grind, so we wanted to get at least some of it done ahead of time. Our stream's been going for 3.5 hours. That's not too bad. We'll be wrapped up before 6, I believe. All right. So speaking of which, have you called in your last round of artillery?
Yeah.
Now that you have new targets spotted.
Yep.
I wonder where those are going. Okay, no worries there. Meanwhile, your existing artillery, where does that go?
It will try to hit the 88 that's not there anymore.
Okay, there's still a target in there, and you can still call in. Oh, I see what you mean.
No,
Yeah.
that's nothing in there.
Yeah,
the reason I asked for when it came to pushing forward, whether it was worth pushing into that.
Your machine gunners did too good a job from across the canal.
Yep.
Cool. All right, so nothing happens there. Okay, cool. Then we go to direct fire. Oh my lord! All right, let's start over with the British in the west. Okay, let me know what kind of. Oh god.
Let's see that stack of Shermans and up on the edge of the river.
Okay.
Can they draw a line to the?
Oh.
Yeah, they.
Actually, yes, they can. They can. They totally see that. Now they finally reveal themselves. It's not going to be the best shot, but they do have a shot up there. Yeah, there's nothing obstructing that.
So we'll put everything into the 88.
Okay, the Stuarts are barely in range, but they will have. So we've got 2 10s, 1, 2, 3, 4. They're more than half range. So the Shermans will have. So it's going to be 2 5s and a 3. So that's going to be 13 points. You're shooting just at the 88s?
I might as well shoot as both as 7 or.
So you've got. Well, actually, no, because, okay, you've got 5 and 5 and 3.
Yeah, just the 88.
Okay, 5 and 5 and 3 makes 13 versus 6 is a 2-to-1. If you throw the other one there, it becomes a 1-to-1. So cool. 2-to-1, add 1 to the die roll.
A 2.
A 2 becomes a 3. The 88s are pinned down. With long-range tank fire from across the Vol River. Look at that shit. That's some badass.
And we're gonna repeat.
Michael Caine yells from the northeast, "Hey, that northwest! That's our fucking job. What are you doing?" We're not firing smoke shells, Michael Caine. We're firing real ammunition. God damn it.
Then the Stuart will take a poke at the CT.
Alrighty, he is 3 to 8. So 1 to 4 odds plus 1. You can't do anything. You need a 1 to disperse, and you have to add 1 to the die roll.
So never mind that then.
Yeah.
Let's see, is there anything further to the south on this side?
Cool volumes of dispersed security. I never tried to rally. Give me 1 second to try and rally.
Go on, yeah.
He's a gray unit, so the gray units are, for people just joining the stream, the gray units are police units, Luftwaffe units, units in training. They have a morale of C. We're using the Air Israeli Wars morale system. The black units are members of 9th and 10th SS Panzer Division. They all rally on 5s. They are morale A. All British units rally on a 5. They are morale A, because they're the fucking Grenadier Guards. They're one of the most elite units in the British Army. And of course the Americans all rally on a 5, because they're also morale A, 82nd Airborne Division. Last I checked, they were a pretty solid outfit. So I'm going to try to rally my crappy-ass security troops that are really just cooks, clerks, typists, messenger boys on motorcycle, on bicycles, maybe some military police, crap like that, Dutch collaborators, so on and so forth. I try to rally them on a 1 through a 3 because they're morale C. 1, they do rally. You know why they rally? Because they know they're surrounded. They're like, we have to stand and die.
And they'll get shot at with the Bren, the half track, and the machine gun.
Okay, the Bren carrier, the half-track, and the machine gun team, that all adds up to 6 points. They count as 11 because they're count as 10 because they're in a building X. So that's going to be a 1 to 2, add 1 to the die roll.
Yep. So a 3.
A 3 on 1 to 2. I think that gets it done. Again, we're using the. I'll just repeat because people have joined the stream. We're using the CRT from Tactical Combat Middle East. 1 to 2, a 3, because you rolled a 2, modified to a 3, does count as submersal. Yeah. Oh no, my clerks. My cooks. My rear echelon mamma jambas. They have been dispersed. Cool. And now there's plenty left for a cat attack against a weakened unit because Rasmus is using fire and maneuver. Oh my god, actual real life infantry tactics. Alright. What else do we have for your direct fire?
I think we need to go over to the other side of the battlefield now.
Real quick, let's just see if we can rally this half track because that's technically part of the attack phase.
Yes, on the 3, yeah.
According to your guard, said we got plenty of tea. Just remember that we can only move him half. Alrighty, and then we have this whole mess over here.
Which include 3 Shermans.
3 Shermans. Oh, gotcha. These 3 over here. Some Grenadier Guards have taken the other flanking position. And what are they going to shoot at?
The same, 88.
Well, they can't hit the 88. 88's already been subjected to 1 direct fire, but they can hit the if they're in range. Range is only 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Actually,
they are in range. They can hit the 80. They can hit the, which is almost a more dangerous unit. They can hit the quad 20s if they want.
So we'll shoot the quad 20s.
All right, so we got three 5s because they're at more than half range. That's 5s. So that's 15 versus 6. 2 to 1. Add 1 to the die roll.
So a 2.
I think that killed him. 15 versus 6 is 2 to 1. Add 1 to the die roll. A 1 becomes a 2. That does kill on the TCME tactical combat check. TCM Tactical Combat Middle East table. Dude, smoked him. Nice.
That gives a bit more wiggle room for the last turn.
Yeah, you're not crossing the highway bridge, but you might cross the rail bridge.
Then the everybody across the river,
right,
will take a or across the canal. So the airborne and the machine guns will take a shot at the half track on the bridge.
Okay. Technically, that's an armored unit. And pre-1960s, I-class targets cannot engage armor at unless close assaults.
So we won't do that.
Yeah.
And let's see the one.
I know it sounds silly, but that's why they give it a defensive 1. But technically, it's considered an armored target.
What about the unit on the southern objective?
I think they can see that because again, this town is on a lower elevation. Oh, but you're on the lower elevation too.
But can that be engaged with an I-class weapon?
Oh no, because that's also an armored target. That's an armored with a 4. That's a real half track. That's a Hanomag with radio antenna on it.
And they can't see the CP, so I think that's it for direct fire.
All right, let's go to movement. Starting off on the left, I don't know. You tell me who's moving onto that block.
I think
you're allowed to move. Actually, I'm gonna have to look this up. I'm gonna have to look this up. I honestly don't. How many units are allowed to occupy a block at one time? Guys, forgive me for just a second. Go ahead.
While you look it up, I need to step aside for
No worries. I'm going to look something up, guys. I'm going to look up a rule about blocks. So apologies for the weirdness for just a second. I'm going to find some rules here. Panzer Leader Rulebook. Oh God. It's going to get blocked for... I'm trying to word search. That didn't work. Alright, never mind. Blocks. Blocks represent tanks, traps, road traps, blah, 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 blah. Blocks may be placed anywhere. A unit can only enter a hex containing a block counter if it begins its movement phase directly adjacent to the hex. Upon entering the hex, the unit must stop and no further. Do not block outside. No effect on combat. Blocks count as one unit for stacking purposes. That answers the rules. Cool, thank you. Alright, so that answers that question. Alright, he's able to move.
Just in time for me to come back.
Yeah, so a block, I thought there was a rule about only one unit can occupy a block at once. I was wrong, but a block does count as a unit for stacking purposes. So you can move 2 units into the block hex.
So we'll move the infantry and the steward.
Alright, infantry and steward. And that's their movement for the turn. Alright, now that German engineer with his finger on the button, or on the plunger, he's really getting ready, man. Now we have special rules for it. We'll get to it when we come to the special rules about how the German demolition charges across the rail bridge work versus Allied units trying to cross versus Allied infantry trying to cross versus Allied engineers trying to cross. There's 3 different rules for that. We'll go over that at the time, or when the time comes. But right now, I am not allowed to blow the bridge because technically no Allied units are on a bridge. I am not allowed, as the German commander, to blow a bridge until at least one Allied unit is on a bridge hex. That's when the orders from General Bittrick, 2nd SS Panzer Corps, 9th and 10th SS Panzer Divisions, undercut, I should say, Field Marshal von Model's, hey, don't blow any bridges. We're going to need them for our imaginary counterattack. Okay.
Why is that imaginary? I mean, it is only a few months later that they do have a counterattack.
Yeah, just not here.
Further south. Bit further south, but still.
Yeah.
The 2 Shermans.
Yep.
They'll move 2 along the road.
Cool. Yep. They can use a split move and fire, moving closer so they don't have to have against their next attack. 1, 2, 3, 4. I see what's going on there. Or, ooh. Okay, they're still blocked by that hex. I thought maybe you were trying to get someone to draw a bead on.
Yeah, but that'll be the 2 Shermans that are just below the German flag.
Yeah, that's these 2 guys heading up this way.
Yeah.
Now he's got line of sight.
And then we got 2 more Germans down by the other German flag.
Yep.
We'll move 1 of these into each of the 2 others.
Got it. Oops.
Stack him if you got him.
Stack him if you got him. Stack him if you got him. Rasmus 2024. Alright, we're going to keep Kampfgruppe of Melitz on the map because this security platoon is still there, goddammit. They're still technically a Kampfgruppe of Melitz. It's literally a collection of cooks pinned down and surrounded by hundreds of Grenadier Guards and 82nd Airborne. How screwed are those guys? Alright, so Ben says, it's just like old times. I do miss this. And no worries, Ben. If there's ever a time you want to get on Skype, we can always do a game if you want. Andrew Delic says, greetings from, hopefully I said that right, Andrew Delich. Greetings from Colorado. Love your maps. Thanks very much, Andrew. We're coming up on the end of the game here, but yeah, we have a last little bit of drama. We're gonna see if the Allies can actually push one of these bridges. It's one unit at a time on the blocks. All right, Ben, I thought the same thing too, but I wasn't sure, so I looked up the rule, and we did find it in the rules where it is actually blocks count as one unit for stacking purposes. So we are allowed to block negates a road on the road. Yeah, we know that. Vehicular units may not cross adjacent green. Okay, no worries. Cool. Yeah, so we did look it up, and we're good. Though, to be fair, I thought the same thing. I just wanted to double check, and I'm glad I did. But since we're playing with 150 meter hexes, and the stacking limit in our game is only 3, it only makes a 1 unit difference, because the block counts as 1, the stewards count as the second one, and the rifle platoon counts as a third. Alright, so any other, we're into movement now, any other allied movement?
Yeah, the headquarter and the mortar, I'll pick up the mortar again and drive them up into the train station. Just so you...
Just so he's still involved in the battle,
yeah. Yep.
You still loaded the brain carriers, or the universal carriers?
Yep.
No worries. Cool. I still say we need to have a commander's duel. I'm just kidding. Hey, this commander's on foot. You've got a Humber car with a machine gun in it. You're probably going to win.
Yeah. But talk about that, Commander. Take the 3 half tracks and drive them up into the field, saying Kampfmittel. Yeah, not the open field. We might as well put them in the concrete building.
Yeah, no reason to get sloppy at the end of the game. Right around, what is that, Kronenberg Park? Hopefully I'm saying that right. I don't speak Dutch, so I'm doing the best I can there. Alright.
And I think that's it for that side of the field. Now comes the interesting part of how can we get most guns on target for
the last turn of the game.
Yeah. Well, for my cat attack and the last turn of the game. We'll move 2 airbornes onto the... just move them up into the field that got hit by artillery.
Alright, so we're moving 2 airborne units. We're talking about these 2?
How far can they move in cat attack?
2.
So yeah, we'll send them up on top of the wreck counter.
Alright.
Then from let's see, that's 909. We'll take 2 of the 909s.
Okay, 909 is...
that's the 3 stack.
I got... No, 909. Where the hell is... 909's way over here somewhere. Are you calling about a hex?
Yeah, sorry. It's the... if you take the CP, yeah, that one.
Okay.
Take two of that one.
Okay.
And move up on top there, yeah.
Okay, cool. I'll just go where I think you mean, and then just correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
These 3 move up to the to attack the headquarters unit.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we'll take the airborne that's under the
dispersed engineers.
Yeah. And put up on top of the dispersed airborne.
Okay.
And the
those machine guns can probably join the party in what is that, 2007?
Yeah. Yeah. Send them up. We can always send them back if the other guys rally and we need to get room for the engineers forward.
All right.
And actually, the machine guns.
Do those machine gun sections fire this turn, didn't they?
No.
They didn't participate in this big. Oh, that was 2 turns ago. Okay.
Yep.
All right, cool. Are they moving anywhere?
They'll move. 2 of them will move on top of the dispersed engineers.
All right.
Just in case your headquarters is still around, and the last one will move back down onto the objective.
My Kubelwagen swings around there and steals it.
Yeah, that was what I saw in my mind's eye. Mm.
Jim wins the world's cheesiest Panzer Leader game. Fear the Kubelwagen.
Let's see. We'll take the 6-pounder.
Oh, yep.
And it'll move.
Go ahead.
It'll move 4 to the north. That should be able to. 1 further down.
Oh, I thought you said 4. Okay.
And then unload there.
Get this thing out of the way.
Again, just in case the Kubelwagen can get cute.
Oh, if he did, which he can't, but he'd be moving too fast for. Oh no, he wouldn't, because that would be 1/2, and then he'd have to re-enter through woods. That would trigger opportunity fire. It's not like he can just blitz right down the road through the airborne guys. All right, cool. I doubt he's going to be there anyway, because now we're going to start your close assaults.
Yep. And we'll start with the rifles and that airborne.
Okay, so both of these stacks?
No, the rifles and the airborne is going into the Kugelwagen.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So this stack and this stack goes into the Kubelwagen. Oh, God. I think it's an automatic kill. Because we're looking at 3 2s, that's a 6. The world's sloppiest 6, that's a 6. Plus 4 is 10. 10 to 1 odds, even in a woods hex direct fire. You don't even need to close assault him. You could do that with, oh no, because you had to move there. But for close assault, yeah, he's smoked. Oop. Alright, that's it for him. That's a soft kill.
And then the big group.
Yeah, unfortunately, those aren't concrete trees, so.
Yep.
He does not get the +5 to his defense.
The big group of airborne down there, along with the engineers and the machine gun.
Okay, the engineers and the machine gun fired. That's how that security platoon got pinned down. I'm almost positive.
No, the machine gun fired. The engineers didn't.
No, you're right. The engineers did not. But these 3 units did.
Yep.
All right, cool. All right, so we got a grand total of 13 versus 10. It's 1 to 1. You've got engineers and paratroopers abound. Make that 2 to 1. Don't subtract anything from the die roll.
Come on.
Oh, he's friggin' toast. That is the end of Comp Group of Mellets. You're out of here. Because you're. Oh, by the way, the commander got taken out already. The commander was in that Kubelwagen.
Yep.
So no matter what, that Comp Group is out of gas. Send it back. All right. Cool. So I think the airborne guys were already in that hex. Did you want to occupy that hex, or does it? I don't think it matters at this point.
Don't think it matters anymore, but yeah, move them forward.
All right, guys who are just joining the stream, we are trying an experimental rule for close assaults. If the infantry unit conducting a close assault was already adjacent, it started the turn already adjacent. In other words, it didn't have to spend any movement points to get to contact for the close assault. If it then also successfully destroys the unit in the hex, it can occupy the hex. I know that's not Gospel chapter and 1st Panzer Leader, but given the amount of urban congestion on this table, I thought I would try out this rule, which so far I like. It's very frustrating to the
especially on an urban field like this.
Yeah, there's a lot of town hexes. I mean, name the Panzer Leader map that comes in the box that has this many urban hexes on it. I mean, it's pretty big. Now, granted, these wooden hexes don't really count. I mean, they're urban hexes, almost in name only. But even if you just look at the concrete ones, there's a lot on here. Okay, we got more cat attacks, I'm sure, up here.
Yep.
Right.
And we'll start by sending the stack in against the CP.
Okay, so we got just these four, or just these 3 fours?
Just those 3 fours, yep.
Alright, so we've got 12 points versus 8. 1-to-1 odds. Again, our people were just joining the stream. We're using Arab-Israeli Wars terrain rules. Concrete buildings add 5 to your defense. So that's why I'm saying 8 for that command center. Alright, so we got 12 versus 8. 1-to-1, subtract 1 from the die roll.
2-to-1, subtract 1 from the die roll.
Thank you. 2-to-1 because airborne units count as engineers for close assaults. Thank you.
So that'll become a 2.
Alright, so 2 on 1-to-1. He's dispersed.
On 2-to-1.
He became 2-to-1. Yeah, he's toast.
And then they'll follow up. It matters for next draft.
No, totally.
It matters so much if I don't take that guy out.
They did not start in that hex.
Oh, they didn't, so never mind.
Alright, so they can't occupy the hex. Standard Panzer Leader rules for close assaults apply. Alright, then we go to these guys. Looks like 5 of these units can participate. And then afterwards, reminds me, we have to try to rally these 2.
7.
Yeah, the 2 guys to the north. I see what you're saying, yeah. So 12. So how many 4s? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's this whole understrength battalion. Or like really 2 companies. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 24. A 2-point machine gun section. 26 versus 9 is... Oh my god, another crappy... Dude, you need 1 more point. Alright, so that's 9 versus 26 is 2-to-1, becomes 3-to-1 because you've got, again, airborne troops count as engineers for close assault purposes. So it goes up to 3-to-1, subtract net 1 from the die roll.
A 2.
A 2 becomes a 1 on the 3-to-1. He is smoked. And that counts as an armored unit. So that will actually generate a German rec counter. And just so we can say we used the rule, that was a German commander. This is a little bit of a house rule we have. There's only 2 units left, but it will affect his rally check. That was a German commander. That was the commander of Kampfgruppe Melitz. I'm sorry, Kampfgruppe Uhling that we just lost. Morale A. I now have to make a morale check. So here comes my morale check. If I fail this morale check, the entire Waffen SS force drops down to a morale of B. All 2 units of them. And I do it. I fail. Alright, so there was no German... the actual Major Uhling is actually killed. There's no one worthy really to take over, or the XO was also killed, or the XO is somewhere else, who knows what. He's out of contact. The Germans that are left are now reduced in morale from morale A to morale B. So that will affect his rally check when I come to his rally check. Speaking of rally checks, now some of these airborne guys were in contact with the block.
I think one of them were at least.
Yeah. The stack of 3 immediately to the south. So you can move 2 of these guys in there.
One of them were two of them moved up in to make room for more guys, but one stayed in that one.
Okay.
So I'll move one of them up.
You can only move 2 in there anyway because of the rec counter, but no worries. Move that to front. We don't need the op counter there anymore. Get rid of that. Oh yeah, the Germans are basically tabled. I have a dispersed 88 battery and a dispersed...
No, it's not dispersed.
It's not dispersed. These units are all wrecked over here. Oh, I have a command unit over here. He's about to surrender to the British. He just has to stay alive long enough to tear all the SS insignia off of his uniform. So that, some of the flak units he was with, he's changing uniforms now. No, we're just Luftwaffe troops. I promise we aren't SS.
I'm just a lonely private.
All right, so then we're going to try to Rally this airborne unit. With a 5, he barely makes it, but does make it.
And the engineer on a 2.
Does easily make it. That's probably, I think it was the 307th Airborne Engineers. There was a whole battalion of airborne engineers in this town. Some of them went over with Major Julian tomorrow, commanding 1st Battalion 504th. But I did put engineers in here to help with the demolition rule, which we're about to get to. Alright, so just to wrap up the stream super fast, that concludes Allied turn 7, German turn 7. I'll go ahead and call in my offboard artillery, even though I don't really know if I'll have anybody to spot for it next turn. But you never know.
The CP might still be around, or...
No, the CP is... yeah, the CP actually might still be around. But I'd be dropping artillery on armored targets and concrete buildings, so good luck with that. Alright, this turn's artillery lands on hex 2105. I don't even remember where that was. 2105 is... Oh, these guys. I suspected would still be there, and I was right. And I do still have a unit that can spot them. So, awesome. That's going to be 2 1-to-1s, and they are in the open, so 2 1-to-1s. I'm looking for 1s. I have a offboard battery of 10.5 centimeter howitzers, guys, just joining the chat. We are using Arab Israeli Wars artillery rules, so all of the values for artillery are somewhat nerfed, but the counter is that they affect everything in the target hex individually. So I have 13 against 8 and 13 against 8. I'm looking for 1s. I get no 1s, but I do disperse 2 units. That'll shut down a little bit of support fire coming across the river on this last turn of the game. That's it for my artillery. We then go to direct fire. Yeah, right. I literally have 2 units left, and he is unarmed and he is dispersed. I will try to rally my SS-88s. The thing is,
on a B.
They're on a B now, so I only rally on a 1 through a 4 because I've lost my commander. And a 4, he does barely make it. And that's going to be his turn. He cannot shoot. That was his combat phase. And of course he can't move because he's a 7-ton gun with no transport. Technically a battery of 7-ton guns. So there's like 4 of them in there. Alright, that wraps up the German turn. He's snug as a bug in a rug, but in his concrete buildings, and he's basically a rolling wreck counter right now, or a rolling block counter. So yeah, that's the German turn. My entire army is now 3 counters. All right, move or copy.
Last turn
of the game.
The artillery. Guess where that's going?
Hold on, I'm waiting for my stupid move to the end. Oh, I didn't make a copy. There we go. All right, so no calling in artillery because the artillery is done for the game. There's no turn 9, so your artillery from last turn lands where?
1905.
1905. Yeah, not a... 1905 is the block counter.
1904, sorry. Then I miswrote it.
Cool. Awesome. So he is a... oh, God. For people who are just joining the stream... Great game, yo. Good stuff. Yeah, we're almost done. We're on the last turn of the game, Ben. We're just about there. But just for people who are still watching, we have, according to our chat, we still have a pretty good audience. So we've got off-board 25-pounders, off-board mortars, 107 millimeter regimental level mortars.
And I think I'm out of range for the...
I don't think it matters.
American one.
Literally, it's 22 points. Now, it is an armored target, so you have to divide. But even when you divide your 22 into 11, it's still 11-1. That is going to be a new German wreck counter here on the bridge. Without even rolling a dice.
If I have a chance of crossing the bridge, I don't because the block will...
the block slows it down. Yeah, but over here we definitely are going
to... Yeah. But I thought if I have a chance of it, we'll blow it up.
Yeah, cool. Okay, so cue the one bridge, a bridge too far music, especially the big suspenseful music when that first Sherman is crossing the bridge. We're gonna see if.
Well, before movement, it's a direct shooting.
Yeah, we should do the turn sequence in order. Okay.
And I got 9 Germans shooting at you.
I see 6. I see. Oh yeah. The 9 is at long range, but those other 6, yeah. So, oh my God. Yeah, my 88s are now out of gas because we've got 30 points there. Again, A-star guns they do not have against soft targets within half range. So we've got another 30 points. That's 60. These guys are greater than half range. They're barely in range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Against the one unit I have left, except for my command unit there. So these guys count as half. So we have 30 plus 30 is 60 plus 15 is 75. Divided by 6, that is more than 7 to 1. I think he's smoked automatically. Because even if you roll a natural 6, come on, scroll over, Mr. Machine. Let me get that on camera so everybody can see it. Get rid of that. So on the 7 to 1 roll, even if you roll a natural 6, it becomes a 7, which is still a kill. Yeah, it turns out when you fire 45 Shermans against a battery of 88s, the Shermans do win. It's kind of crazy, but because remember, technically it's 36. These are 4 tank troops.
See, those 88s are not invincible.
No, not at all. 88s usually are the first things to die unless you hide them really well. Number 1, they're terribly vulnerable. Number 2, they scare the shit out of the Allies. Now the difference is if you have Pak 43s. Not all 88s are the same. Pak 43s are the actual Army anti-tank gun that is an L71 and it's low to the ground. It has like a defense value of 3 and because it's much lower to the ground, and it has a L70 barrel, 8.8 centimeter. It has an attack strength of 20. As opposed to what we just saw destroyed, that's a Flak 36. It's an anti-aircraft gun, way up high off the ground. Everyone's seen what the German 88 looks like. It's an L56 gun, much shorter range, much lower muzzle velocity, and more vulnerable to boot. It has a defense factor of 1, because it's basically a 7-ton tower of metal that's like 12 feet tall. It's huge. Hey, Bill has finally joined us. Yeah, the 82nd has done very well today. The 82nd has gotten up to the railroad, up to the highway bridge. They're not going to have a chance to cross it. But they have tabled the Germans. The Germans now have 1 second-rate command. That's my entire army right now. You're looking at it. That's the entire German force now. That's all I've got left. So, all right, does that conclude your direct fire, or are you going to try and kill this guy?
Well, we'll try to kill that guy because we can.
1, that's 6 plus 3 equals...
13 versus 8, so 1 to 1.
No, I think it's 6 plus 3 is 9. Because he has to half.
3?
Yeah, he has to half because he only has an A-class weapon.
It's still a 1 to 1.
1 to 1, add 1 to the die roll, you might pin him down. 2 becomes a 3. He is pinned down, and then he surrenders, just because, what the hell.
Because else the rifles are moving too up and cat attacking him.
Yeah, so we'll just go through the motions. So real fast, we're now entering the British movement phase. Grenadier Guards motor rifles move up into Kronenberg Park. Now it is 6 versus 8, 1 to 2. Subtract 2 from the die roll.
So it will become a 3.
That's a 3 on 1 to 2. That doesn't quite kill him. But at the end of the game, because obviously the game's over. We're going to go ahead and surrender. Now for the one fun part that's left. We're going to see if the Allies can seize the railroad bridge, and if successful, render Robert Redford's bloodbath tomorrow unnecessary, because they'll control at least one bridge over the Vaal River. Okay, so the Germans have... Are you going to move on there with the rifles first?
With the rifles first, yeah.
All right, with the rifles first. This now triggers the demolition rules. Okay, just to catch everybody up, especially for those just joining the stream. John Pierman has rejoined us. The map looks different. We're on the very last die roll of the game, John. You're here just in time. The British Grenadier Guards motor rifles are now on the railroad bridge. The Germans just hit the plunger on the demolition charges. We're going to see if that bridge blows or not. Okay, so down here are our demolition rules. I'll zoom in a little bit so it's easier to read. Alright, these are special rules for this scenario. The two large bridges over the Vol River are wired for demolition, as we read in the book and see in the movie. As soon as an Allied unit enters bridge hex, German's player can blow the bridge, and that bridge only, so I can't blow the highway bridge. Rolls a 1 to 4 on a d6 to blow the bridge. If the bridge blows, all Allied units on the bridge are destroyed, and all hexes in that bridge are reverted to impassable river hexes. On a 5 to a 6, the bridge is only damaged or the charges fail to go off altogether. If the first Allied unit is an infantry unit, that roll from 1 to 4 is reduced to 1 to 3. That's troops running up on the bridge, tearing off demolition charges and cutting wires. If it's an engineer, it gets reduced to a 1 or a 2. So unfortunately, it's not an engineer unit, it's just a rifle platoon. So we're going to go with the 1 to 3 roll. Alright, so here is the table. It's 50-50. Die roll, please, or drum roll, please. Here we go. We're going to see if the Germans drop the rail bridge in the river. Their chance is reduced because the infantry are tearing demolition charges and cutting wires off the bridge. 1 to a 3, it drops in the river. A 3, it drops in the river, and that unit is destroyed. Alright, so that bridge gets blown. Good effort. It did come down to just basically a 50-50 die roll, but that bridge is destroyed, and those two hexes are toast. As far as there is no railroad bridge anymore. So Robert Redford, I apologize, or I should say Major Julian Cook, you are still on the hook. Tomorrow, 3rd of the 504th will have to assault across the river in those crappy little boats to try and take the railroad bridge. Sorry, to take the highway bridge. And that wraps up the game, because then we go to the German turn. The German turn is I try to rally this guy. It's literally my entire turn. He does rally, and then just for fun, he surrenders. Here we go, I'm done. Don't kill me, because we blew up the bridge. But that is 4 objective hexes in your hands. That's definitely an Allied victory. And that is, victory for the 82nd and for the Grenadier Guards.
And with minimal losses as well.
At least, I did manage to knock out most of an airborne company with a lucky artillery strike. But most of my artillery kept drifting because the units I used to call in the mission were then instantly overrun by paratroopers. So now there's no more... there's no one left to call in corrections on the artillery mission, so it drifts, and yeah, that's that. Holy crap, that was a good game. Awesome. So people in the community, and also you, Rasmus, definitely you, Rasmus, those 2 experimental rules, what do we think of those? I'm pretty happy with the way they worked out.
I like that a map like this would be very, very hard to move in 80 turns.
It'd be really frustrating, right?
Especially once you hit the...
really hoping it wasn't going to... Because the Americans especially, all these parachute units, all these units from the 505th and the 508th count as engineers for close assault purposes. So, I mean, this is like an ungodly powerful infantry force. It's the 82nd Airborne, and they've been on the ground for 3 days. So they've had all the time in the world to retrieve all their drop canisters, all their demolition charges, their Hawkins mines, their demolition torpedo, their Bangalore torpedoes, their bazookas. They are ungodly powerful in close assault.
And to organize after being spread out after a jump.
Yeah, so the way a para jump works, if you ever actually do an actual change picture... Hold on a second. Let me do it a different way. I actually do have counters for this. Okay, cool. I was going to the right place. come on, man.
If they
What the
drop a section.
deuce? Who knows where the hell it went? No worries. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. I found it. So the way it normally works, guys, is you actually drop sticks. And your sticks scatter all to hell and gone. This is a parachute drop, not a glider assault. So in Paraleader, you start off with the triple number of these little scrap units. And it's only when 3 of these combine, and you actually have to do that. This is the paratroopers groping through the dark, or, I mean, Market Garden was a daylight drop, groping through all these Dutch cornfields and farm fields, and once 3 of them combine, then they become a full platoon. You trade in 3 of these, and you get one full airborne counter, and only then do they get the engineer bonus. When these 3 are like this one here, would not count as an engineer unit for close assault purposes. Only when the 3 of them get together and combine into one combined airborne platoon. That is their abstract way of signifying that the unit has found all of its canisters. Those little drop canisters that they drop out as well with their heavier equipment.
And they found all that guy.
You don't want to make counters for that, because then it gets really tedious.
And it's not supposed to be shown up on this level. That's something you might do in the Avalon Victory, but definitely not on this level. Walking around.
Well, even here, it's kind of an exception, because even here, I mean, this is basically a squad.
Yeah.
You know, and you never put squads on the table in Panzer Leader. It's always platoon, battery, or section. But and again, glider assaults, you don't do this. Glider assaults, they glow in, and then you roll for each glider. If it crashes, you lose the whole platoon that was in the glider. Here, or in that section of gliders. Here, and a paratrooper, and then you roll for wind, and you roll for drift, and if you land on a building hex, the unit's destroyed. If you land on the river, your unit's destroyed. You lose half your units going in, as far as the drop goes. You have to be careful where you actually plot your drops. We may try that in a game once, but let's just suffice it to say the setup phase is like 2 hours, because you have to literally plot out your drop zone and then execute your drop, and you're subject to wind. There's wind speeds and there's wind directions. And then, like, okay, this platoon is trying to drop. That's the target hex. That guy lands here. This guy lands here. This guy lands... oops, that's not what I meant. Come on, machine. This guy lands in the river, and that's the end of him. Alright, so this guy dies automatically because he landed in the trank. This guy probably dies because he lands on buildings. This guy was supposed to land in the park. He's okay. This guy has to make a roll. He winds up being dispersed. And then what you do is you do that for every platoon in your force. You wind up with about 20 of these stupid little sticks. And then whenever you can get sticks together, of course you're not tracking which sticks go with which companies. But again, that's how airborne units work. You know, these guys kind of come together in groups that weren't originally in the same platoon, company, or battalion, maybe even division. We all remember in The Longest Day, you've got guys from 82nd and 101st. They're guys from different friggin' divisions. But when you get 3 of these guys stacked together, you cash them in, so to speak. You trade them in for one airborne platoon, and now that platoon has unlocked all the airborne abilities and special rules that go with them. And that's how a parachute drop works. So there's 3 types of airborne drops. There's parachute drops, glider assaults, and then there's air mobile drops, and that's going to be pretty much after your glider troops have taken an airfield. Now you're flying in with Ju-52s or C-47s. For an air mobile unit, something like that. John Pierman says, awesome scenario. The two experimental rules are fine with me. Besides, my Uncle Rudy was in the 82nd Airborne at Nijmegen and later caught frostbite at the Battle of the Bulge. He is gone out now. Yeah, they pretty much all are, unfortunately. But, yeah, 82nd, if anything, slightly exceeded the conditions, because this battle takes place in the afternoon of September 19th. 30 Corps just reached in the morning, and then they kind of scrambled together the morning of the 19th, and they threw. That's why the British didn't all arrive at once. Some of the British units arrived on turn 4, because they're literally coming off of Hell's Highway, trying to organize and get into this objective. I can't remember the name of the suburb. I can look it up somewhere. It's just off the southern end of the board. I think it begins with an M. That is where the commander of the Grenadier Guards and Brigadier General Major General Mike Gavin, Jim Gavin, commander of the 82nd, got together and organized this quick assault that was supposed to take the Nijmegen bridges. You reached two of them, really, and started to cross one, but the Germans dropped it in the river. So sadly, we will, in this timeline, Julian Cook would have to go after that highway bridge across the Vaal River. And again, that takes place way up here somewhere.
But hopefully it's a bit more open for him.
Well, we did it a couple years ago on the anniversary of Market Garden. Bill ran that in Valor and Victory, and Bill was able to carry the day and flank it this way and take the bridge from that direction. Irish Guards were here providing support, and then we had the Grenadier Guards here, their tanks, and they were the first Shermans across the bridge. That's how it happened historically. Yeah.
My wife's grandfather got shot in the backside during the Battle of the Bulge.
Yeah, that was definitely a nasty one. That was Jumpin' Jim Gavin, right? Yep. They made it to about 1 mile outside the Arnhem suburbs. Yeah, so in fact, I would say that you've definitely exceeded the victory conditions, because what winds up happening is, of course, on the 20th, this whole shit show happens. And we finally get tanks across the bridge. They immediately get stalled by more Germans on the far side of this. Like this Lent village turns into another little nightmare. We didn't really do any of that battle here, but there are some more Germans immediately off the northern end of this table here. And the British get hung up, and they don't really make very good progress. The tanks are across, but their infantry aren't, and so they have a tough time clearing urban hexes. And more tanks start getting hit by Panzerschrecks, Panzerfaust, and everything else. And if we go back to the background page, change colors here real quick. Yeah, so that's Nijmegen, and then they try to push up the rest of the town. Now they're catching more flanking counterattacks from 10th SS, so they really had a hell of a time. There's a lot of swamp on both sides of the road, so they can't even get off the road. They're literally a line of sitting ducks. The movie doesn't really give the British justice. The movie makes them look like, that scene where Robert Redford's yelling at the British commander. He's like, "You're just going to sit there and drink tea?" There's a reason. There really is, guys. Most of the infantry were still... He says Nijmegen. I don't think he meant Meigen. I think he meant right across the river in, Lent Village. But, yeah, the infantry was still tied up fighting remnants of these three battle groups. You've tabled those three battle groups. So even though that Vaal River assault still has to happen, maybe now that the British have a little bit more of a clear backfield on September 21st, 22nd, 23rd even, they'll have an easier time getting up to Arnhem. So yeah, 1 mile on this road is right about here. The problem is, by that point, the British had been forced back from the bridge. There's Frost's Bridge right there. And they were kind of stuck in a little pocket back here. So not only was 30 Corps slow in getting up the road, but the guys they were trying to reach were being pushed steadily northwards, away from the bridge.
The objective were moving.
Yeah. So they just didn't make it. That leads, of course, to Operation Pegasus, all the rescue missions to get some of the guys out of there, and so on. But again, then come all these counter-assaults. This now begins what they call the Battle of Nijmegen salient, because now the Allied line is basically like this. It's this huge, thin kind of a peninsula that comes up this way. And what that leads to is German counterattack. You see these little red arrows, German counterattack, counterattack, all here out of these woods and off this high ground. They had a hell of a time holding that. They did hold it.
That's the reason why it's held highway.
Yeah, it was a nasty piece of ground. And a very difficult... not only was it a single lane, or a single route that you could push 3 divisions of tanks and motorized infantry up, and I've zoomed out too far. But also it was going mostly through very marshy ground. This is the Netherlands after all. So it was tough for the Allies to spread out, get online, and actually engage the Germans. That 30th Corps column became pretty much a single file column of armor, literally ducks in a shooting gallery, while German anti-tank guns were just hitting you in the flank. It really turned into a mess. And then not only were they taking losses, but every time you took a wreck, that blocks the road. You got to get new engineer units up there. You got to push that wreck off the road, and it just turned into a huge traffic jam.
How a traffic jam can turn to a shit show, you can talk to the Russians about as well.
Yeah. It was a weird road to push up. Could Market Garden have worked? Most certainly, if certain things had gone a little bit better to plan. The big failing was they didn't know that 9th and 10th SS Panzer Divisions were in the area. Because everything else, as you see in this scenario, all the other units in this scenario really had, morale C, cooks, clerks, dispatch riders, rear echelon guys, and some Luftwaffe flak units that were defending those bridges from Allied air attack. So not a whole lot. It's not until these guys all in black, all these Waffen-SS guys showed up, that the defense really started to stiffen. That's where it got rough.
What I'm proud of is my Across the Canal group.
Yeah, that's why I drew that part of the map, and then I realized I wrote that part of the map out of the game. I'm like, I'm going to put a bridge there, because I don't know if anyone's going to be able to use it, but they might be able to use it for OP. So I didn't mention it because I don't want to give hints to the opposing player, but I did make sure that a bridge was there. Because there's no way you can ever see that position until you've reached the Vaal River, unless you kind of outflank it, either from that direction or from this direction. Yep. Up here along this bank of the Vaal up here. And even then, you're only going to see this part. They're blocked by these woods.
But that they managed to get up and take out the 88s across the canal.
The Germans are completely tabled. I have one command unit left. That is, again, the German colonel, his XO, his cook, his baker, his candlestick maker, and his Dutch collaborator mistress. Hot little blonde number that he's got to get out of there before they shave her head and run her out of town.
The funny part is that the commander from the first group that disappeared.
He got killed. Yeah, he died fighting with his troops. He died Waffen-SS style.
But the command, the CP that's left, is the one from
Kampfgruppe of Melitz, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, the one in the middle. So he's an SS officer. He commanded a bunch of crap troops, but he's technically still alive. But obviously, he's completely cut off. He's on the wrong side of the river. He's going to have to surrender, but he did technically survive. That's it. The entire German force is now one unit. All these guys are... I just didn't shuffle them off the board yet. They're all wrecked. Alright, guys. We still have a really good audience. I definitely appreciate everybody coming out, but we have now been live for 4.5 hours. The game has gone on for 6.5 hours. We are going to go ahead and call it a day. Thanks very much, Rasmus, for helping us out here. And this will conclude... Oh, absolutely. And this will conclude our commemoration of Operation Market Garden. So again, if you want to get really deep into the weeds as far as the detailed background and context for this game, we did have a bit of a preview video that's going to be in our actual video section at the front of our YouTube channel. This is going to appear in our live section of the YouTube channel, the full game, where at least turns 2.5 through 8. Yeah, because the first two turns are kind of boring in setup. So we do that part before the live stream starts. But
welcome to I Move Up the Road. I move up the road. The Germans shuffle a little bit
because now that I see where the British are coming, now I can go ahead and shuffle my reserves a little bit. What pitiful reserves I had. But then they came into contact and it went downhill from there. At least for the Germans, they held out. They held out fine at first.
Those two.
These two guys. They lasted turn 4, turn 5, turn 4. I think. Okay, turn 5 they finally collapsed, but for the first half of the game, they sustained 3 battalion level close assaults by 82nd Airborne. 3 times they were hit by 3 full companies, and 3 times they stood tall. I think on turn 2, on turn 3, on turn 4. Yeah, turn 2 they got hit by 2 companies. Turn 3 they got hit by 3 companies. Turn 4 they got hit by 3 companies. They're still. It wasn't until the 4th assault that they finally lost it.
Where the problem there was one of them didn't rally, so they were a bit more shaky at that point.
Well, also rolling 3 6s in a row didn't help.
Yep. Oh yeah.
God damn it! Who forgot to bring the ammunition? When we said fixed bayonets, we weren't seriously going to take this guy with bayonets. Come on now. Can you imagine if they were in concrete buildings too? Alright guys, well, like I said, that's going to wrap us up for today. Thanks very much for coming out, everyone. Thanks for everybody who stuck with us. Looks like we still have a nice, good audience. So thanks very much, everybody, for hanging with us the whole way. I'm not even going to try to thank everybody who came out. We had a great audience today. Thanks very much, everybody. Both our newcomers and our sit-rep veterans, super appreciate it. But for now, we are rounds complete for another episode of the Sit-Rep Podcast. Again, join our Discord. There should be, like I know there is, an auto-accept invitation link to our Discord in the description of this video. So, yeah, I'm going to put the map for this game in our Discord. Anyone who wants to download it and use it, absolutely no worries. Panzer Leader is a community where lots of people provide plenty of free materials for each other. ImaginativeStrategist.com, Greg'sPanzerBlitz.com, those websites have been up for at least 15 years, giving away free stuff hand over fist. So by all means, I'm not gonna, oh no, you have to join our Patreon. We don't even have a Patreon, but I'm just gonna go ahead and put the map in our Panzer Leader in our SitRep Discord. So cool. It was a good game and a great stream. Cheers. Thanks very much, Fred. And that's going to wrap us up. So again, thanks very much, everybody. We're rounds complete. And as always, Tango Mike for watching.